So a bit of a different video today. I'm launching my Microsoft Teams Essentials course. Previously over $300 in its entirety for free on YouTube. I'm Gavin Jones, founder and director at MeTime. We help organizations be more efficient to help make their employees' lives easier, save them time, increase well-being and increase sales. Stick around until the end to find out more about how we might be able to work together. Now, there's going to be adverts in it, but it's free. If you get bored of the adverts, you can either go onto our website, which is linked below, and purchase the full course where you get access to ask questions, and we have weekly live Q&A with me where you can ask me anything to do with Microsoft 365. You can either buy the course outright, buy a bundle with my personal productivity course where we go through how to get things done in your work life with the Microsoft To Do and the rest of the Microsoft 365 ecosystem, or you can get a subscription where you get both those courses and access for a low monthly fee. If you just get sick of the adverts and want to just go through in a methodical way through this course, it's available over on Udemy for a very cheap price, but I don't control the price on Udemy. So if you're interested in those, check the links out in the description below. If you like this video, it's going to be a long one. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up. That's the best thing you can do to help support the channel for free. And if you don't want to buy any of the courses, but you really appreciate what we're doing on this channel, then please consider supporting the channel using super thanks or some of the methods in the description below. So either buying me a beer, changing your energy supplier, or buying a Tesla with our referral link. All help support the channel. So without further ado, hope you enjoy. It's going to be a long one. I probably won't pop up again in this current guise, but here's the course that I recorded a while ago, and hope you find some value in it. And if you do, make sure you share it with a colleague or a friend. Welcome and thank you for buying Teams Essential course. The main thing we want to get you sorted on in this course is so that you know how to use Teams and you know how to get the most out of it. Obviously there's some overlap with you can't just use Teams on your own, it is for collaboration, and so we dive a little bit into how to nudge your organization along the way in setting up Teams how we would recommend you set it up. So we'll go through all of that, we'll go through how to use it for the main things it does, and end with meetings and notes and actions, and sort of dip into some other Microsoft 365 apps where that makes sense and where they integrate into Teams quite well. So I hope you enjoy the course. Let me know any feedback you've got in the discussion button or in the community if you're a member of that. If you ever need anything in terms of support, then use the email link in the description below of this lesson. Hi, so welcome to the first module in the Teams Essentials course. This one is likely not going to be the most exciting one, but we need to make sure everyone's on the same page when we talk about the different parts of Teams, because there's a lot of different places that you can go to get stuff, a lot of places that you can go to see the same thing potentially. So let's just get everyone grounded in what we're talking about when we say sidebar, channels, tabs, etc. So let's just have a whistle-stop tour around the screen as you come into Teams. So down the left-hand side, you've got your sidebar. So we're going to go through all these in more detail as the course goes through, but just for right now, this is your sidebar. So you've got activity, where it's going to show you a chronological order of everything that's going on that you might need to know. Chat, which is going to be private by default, but you can have group chats and add people in. The Teams bit of Teams is open by default, so the opposite of chat or private chat, as you might call it. And so everybody in a team can see everything within that team by default. It's open. Calendars, where you can see your own calendar and everything that's in there, just like in Outlook. Files, you can see all of your own files from OneDrive and anything shared in SharePoint or Teams that you've got access to. So we'll have a look at that in a bit. And then these three you might not see straight away. Here's where you can have some other apps that show up in your sidebar and you can pin them in there. So if you click the three dots, you can see all the other apps that we've sort of got installed in inverted commas that we've got access to. And say we wanted to have calls in there, we would click calls and it appears in the sidebar. We'd right click and pin if we wanted to keep calls there in our view. If we don't pin it and we go on to something else, it's going to disappear, but it's always stored in the 3 dots. We'll come on to the apps a bit later in the course. And here's where you get all access to all the apps, and any help, which might not be particularly helpful, is available here. So usually the most things that you want to know in help is what's new. Again, that isn't always up to date. Microsoft has got a strange release policy about when people get new features, and keeping up to speed on what's new and being able to put it in this what's new section. Sometimes you'll get a feature before it appears in the what's new bit anyway. So good things though, suggest a feature and give feedback, and make sure that they're doing everything they can do to make Teams better for us. Last whistle stop bit that we're going to do in this lesson is just to get you grounded in the Teams bit of Teams is what I'm most interested in this course. Obviously we'll go through everything else, but everywhere that you see a little logo icon and it's sort of header up here is a team, everything underneath it is a channel. If we're not talking the same language of teams and channels, it gets really confusing very quickly, especially when we're talking about teams of people as well as technically teams in Teams. So Microsoft not helped us out there with the terminology. Everywhere it's indented underneath something with a logo, that's a channel. Everything where there's a logo, that's going to be a team, and everybody in the team can see every channel underneath. There's private channels, which we'll come on to later, and shared channels that Microsoft just developing right now that aren't out as I'm recording this particular lesson, but we will include that in the course as soon as it comes out. So you've got your teams, and then you can hide teams as well, and we'll go through the nuances about when you get notified about what's hidden and what's not for teams and channels as we go through. And then last bit that I just wanted to ground us in is once you're in a channel, you then get a series of tabs at the top. And again, you might only see posts and files. Microsoft keep changing the name of posts. So it's been posts before, then it's changed to conversations and back to posts. But basically the first tab is always going to be where the posts and conversations for that channel live. And files is always going to be there. Wiki is currently default as you add a channel, but your IT department might have turned it off because not everyone finds it particularly useful, but we'll go through Wiki in a later lesson as well. And then all the other tabs are things that you can add, and when you add a tab, it's going to add it for everybody in that team. And then the last bit is in a team, you get a new conversation button. In a chat, you just get a open box for you to type into, just like, I guess, WhatsApp or Telegram or any other chat app that you might be used to. The Teams bit of Teams is more like Slack if you've ever used that, but don't worry if you haven't, we're going to go through everything here. And then last bits to finish off in just the orientation lesson, just to get us grounded in the screen, is at the top you've got forward and backwards buttons, so you can always get back to anything that you were in before. If you hover over it, you get a list of stuff that you can go back to. Search is both search and a shortcut menu, so like it says, you can start to type to find messages, files and more, or type / for a list of commands. And then if you ever need to go to your settings, notification settings, anything like that, that's now in the 3 dots menu. Used to be in your little head icon, and your little head icon is now reserved for switching into different tenants that you might be a guest of, but most useful, you can save some messages and they'll appear here in your little head icon. So that's it for this lesson. We'll go through in much more depth, obviously, for all those options, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Right, so in this lesson, we're just going to have a look at some messaging basics, which are applicable across the chat bit of Teams and the Teams bit of Teams. So we're just going to be focusing on the bottom section of the screen for right now. If you start typing a message and hit enter, it's going to get posted straight away. And if you're in chat, that's going to ping everybody in that group chat as soon as you enter. If you just meant to have a new line, so save pinging people all the time, or to have threaded conversations once you're in Teams, which we'll come on to later, if you hit shift and then enter, you'll get a new line. If you want more options and to be a bit safer, if you forget to hit shift and enter, you can click this little format button. That's going to pop up a bigger box. You get more options across the top. So formatting, highlighting, what the text is going to look like. You can make a fully fledged message if you wanted to. And then every time, once you're in that pop-up box, every time you enter without hitting shift, you're going to get a new line. And so you can make a nice little message like that. So we could change some of the headings if we wanted to. Maybe that's the subheading. and sort of format our message as we go. We've got bulleted lists, indentation, quotation. So if this was a quote, it makes it into a nice little box for us. We can do hyperlinks here. So clicking that, and we could paste a web link in there if we wanted to. Control K or Command K on a Mac does the same thing, which is the shortcut for every application that you've got. If you wanted to, you could do some like code snippets or embedded stuff in there. And you can mark the whole message as important, or if your admin has turned it on, you can have some urgent messages, which is going to keep pinging the person. It's like every 20 minutes or every minute, I think, for 20 minutes, depending on what Microsoft have decided to do with that now. You can insert some tables if you want here, and then obviously there's undo and redo if you have already popped up your little format box. You can delete the whole message here, so it just gets us back to the start. And then just to go through quickly some of these apps, you might not see all of these in your view. If you hit the three dots, you get a list of apps that you've installed, again in quotation marks, because it's not really installing anything on your computer, it's just ones that you've used before or ones that you've added into your view. So here's where you can look at the ones you've already got, and if you can hit more apps, it'll go into the App Store and you can install some down here. The most important ones are the attachment button. So because we're in chat, it just says upload from my computer or add from OneDrive. And we'll go through some of the nuances of attaching, again in quotation marks, because really we should be linking files rather than attaching them. Loop is new, so I don't know if you might not see this in your tenant yet, and it might show up differently in chat to Teams, but the idea is that Loop is going to show up all across Microsoft apps, and it's pretty exciting, but we'll do a separate video on that once it's fully released. Emojis, obviously really handy to add some personality into your message. Remember, you should be thinking about the recipient when you send your message rather than just you getting stuff out of your head. Same with GIFs, just jazz up your message a little bit. They're all down there. And stickers, which admittedly I don't use very much, but if you want to do like a little meme and sort of personalize it, here's where you can pick one and then pick what's going to be in the text. So as you type, it's going to change that sticker. Schedule a meeting you can do straight from down here now, and that's just going to flip you back out into doing a meeting, which we'll come on to all the different ways to add a meeting later. And then these are the ones you might not have. So stream, praise, app, approvals. I've got a YouTube one, so you can search YouTube, a Zoom meeting, which you probably don't need unless your company's also using Zoom as well as Teams meetings. And like I say, all the ones that you've got access to, you can hit the three dots to get there. If you did pop up the message, obviously Enter's not going to send it for you, so you need to go and hit this little paper plane icon to send the message. Right, so in this video we're going to go through @mention basics. So in here we're just in a chat, and as you see this one's external, so just as an aside, we have a cut down number of apps and options we've got for our message at the bottom because the person I'm chatting to is external. If you're chatting to someone internal, you'll have all of the things that we looked at in the last lesson, but the biggest one being you can see that you can't currently attach anything to a chat with an external person. I think Microsoft are working on changing that, so make it more like they were in your organization. But for this lesson, we're going to look at @mention basics. So if it says type a new message, it used to say type a new message, use @ to mention somebody. If we hit @, then because we only are chatting with one person at the moment, it's going to pop up a suggestion about who we want to @mention. If we're in a team, which we'll have a look at later, you're going to get a list of everybody in the team, or it's going to suggest someone that it thinks you might want to @mention. If you just start typing their name, it's going to filter down the number of people that you could @mention. So as you get a smaller full number of people, you can either hover your mouse over and click that person, or you can just hit tab to then make that blue. So purple even. If it's purple, you know the @mention is going to work. If it's not purple, for some reason it goes black, you know that the @mention has gone wrong and it's not going to notify that person. You can get rid of some bits of the @mention. So if you've got, your IT department have got it set so it's last name, then first name like we have here, you can quickly go and just delete their last name, as long as it still shows as purple, the @mention's still going to work. Hi, just testing @mentions. So when we hit enter now, or if we had our little pop-up box and hit the paperclip icon, that's going to get posted in. It stays purple, and then the person that's receiving it is gonna not only see a red one in their chat because something's new in a chat that they're in, but it's also going to appear in their activity feed because we've used an @mention. So if we use an @mention in the team, which we're going to have a look at in a later lesson, then that's really important that we're putting stuff that we know people need to see, need or want to see, and it's going to appear in their activity feed. We'll go through some of the nuances of the settings, but the basic settings are, if you don't @mention someone, assume that they're not going to see it. That's different in chat because obviously they're going to get pinged every time you put something in chat. That isn't true when we're operating in the Teams bit of Teams. And if you've been sort of forced onto Teams because of the pandemic, you might be used to using chat and have picked up some bad habits of like, well, every time I put something in the chat, it's going to ping whoever's in that chat. Not true when we're in Teams and channels, for good reason, as we'll go through. But for right now, just know that you can @mention people specifically. If you're in a group chat, it's useful to use @mention so that you are pinging that person and they know that it's just not like a general ping of everything that's going on in that group chat, and there's something that you need them specifically to look at, and it's going to appear in the activity feed. And again, if we're in the Teams bit of Teams, it's really, really important that we then use @mentions effectively. And we'll go through the Teams bit in another lesson. Hi, so let's just have a look at all the functions of chat, just so we can finish chat off and then get on to something I think is more exciting with the Teams bit of Teams, because that's get real benefit of time saving. But you might be used to chat already. Let's just check that you know everything that you can do in chat. So first thing, I guess, is this little down icon. So you've got chat and you've got contacts. The only real difference between those two is just how you're accessing information. One's like where you can sort of pin people. The other one's where you've got a chronological list of chats. So ignore this pinned bit for a moment. Recent you might have at the top. So that's just going to be reverse chronological order, any chat you've had, any meeting that you've scheduled in a normal way, although we'll go on to some nuances about how you can schedule channel meetings later on in the course. All of those are going to appear here. So obviously you can chat in a meeting and you can chat in a chat, which makes sense that they all kind of show up in chat. You can have group chats, obviously, which you might have already found, as well as one-to-one chats. And now that Microsoft changed the default, it should be easier to have chats with external people as well through Teams. At one point in time, it sort of flipped you out into Skype for Business. That should be no longer the case now, but you might still find some IT departments have turned off the ability to get or receive external chats. So just try it with some of your external contacts and see. If it does jump into Skype, it's going to have a little Skype icon there in the top bit by their name. So let's just flip into contacts for a moment before we go back. Contacts is then where you can like favorite people. So if you wanted to unfavorite someone, obviously we just do remove from this group, which we'll have a look at in a sec. If we just jump back into chat and say I wanted to favorite Bridget, if I click on the three dots and do add to favorite contacts, that's what that's going to do. So you can see it's not really done anything on this screen apart from when we jump to contacts, Bridget's now going to be in my list of favorites. If you were chatting with loads of different people, which I would avoid because we should be setting up your team structure to do most of your work there, you can create a new contact group. And I think this is just an overhang from how people used to use Skype, at least how I used to set up my Skype, which we don't need to do now we've got Teams. But if you did want to do it, here's how to do it. You can create a new contact group and say I want to call it IT help because there's some people in my network that I might need some more specific IT help for. I can create a different group, so that just makes it split out from favorites really. We can then move Stephen into that IT help group if we wanted to. So we do add contact to this group, start typing a name, might need to type their email address if they're external. There we go. And we're going to add Stephen into that group. So he's both in favorites and now is an IT help as well. We could, if you had lots of different groups, you can sort of expand and track them and just get access to the people you need straight away. I don't find this feature now particularly helpful. Delete that group, confirm, because one, you've got a two-step process to get to it. You've got to go into chat and then flip it into contacts, and you can just get access straight to someone to chat with, either from this little filter icon. So if we start typing in Bridget, it's going to pop up all the places that we've chatted with Bridget, both one-to-one meetings and group chats if we had any. So you can just filter someone that you've already chatted with there. We could also just start typing Bridget up here, and it's going to find the people that we've added into our chat before. If it's internal, then it's going to just list anyone in your organization and jump you straight to that chat anyway. So the fact that you need to click on chat, then go to there, then go to contact to try and find someone that you might message all the time, sort of redundant now, I think. Also, if you did have some chats you want to keep on going, there's then other ways that you can pin it to the top of your screen. So like this one, I've got a client that I've pinned to the top so it doesn't get lost. If I've not chatted to Bridget for a while, she's just going to keep moving down that list. So if I chat with Stephen next, he's going to jump up to the top of the list. It's in the order of the latest activity in that chat or group chat. If you want to pin them, then we can just right click and pin, and they're going to jump up to the top of the screen and always appear in our sort of pinned list at the top. Again, you can expand and can track these if it's getting a bit overwhelming, as well as being able to just mark everything as read, mute the chat, which is great for group chats because you're going to get pinged every time anyone replies to a group chat, similar to iMessage, similar to WhatsApp, similar to Telegram. The chat bit of Teams is trying to keep up with all those sort of messaging apps and works in a similar way, unlike the Teams bit of Teams where you get threaded conversations, which is where you can unlock lots of power of collaboration and not getting pinged about stuff that you don't need to see, and making sure you do get pinged about stuff that you do need to see. Hopefully banged on about the Teams bit of Teams enough before we get onto it in this course. So muting ones is really useful. Now you can pop out a chat. I've got mine set to full screen, which is why it's popped out as a separate screen. On yours, it'll probably just pop out into a smaller window. And if I swipe back, we can then also use this little pop out chat icon there to do the same thing. We're going to unpin Bridget's one, so it just goes back into our recent list. If you just got a one-to-one chat, you can just do a direct call. You don't need to schedule a call in Outlook or in the calendar bit of Teams. You can just call them directly, either video or audio. You can also just do screen sharing, so it's not going to connect audio or video for you. It's useful if you still use the telephone. I'm not sure if anyone still uses the phone anymore, but if someone did phone you on your phone and you were still just chatting about something on both your computers, you don't need to like hang up and then recall them on a video call or worry about getting feedback or anything. You can just share your screen with them. Here's a little pop-out chat icon again, which is just going to pop out that chat so it's in a different window. And then we can add people to that chat. So say we wanted Stephen in there, we can click Stephen and then click add, and it's going to add him to that chat and create a group chat for us. If you've got a group chat and you want to add other people into it, it's going to ask you about when you want them to add in. So do you want to see all the history that you've just been chatting about, which could be embarrassing if you've been chatting about them and then you add them into that chat? Or do you want to add them from now and they don't see anything? You don't need to see stuff ongoing. Teams chat is the only thing that I've seen that does that effectively. I don't think WhatsApp does it. I don't think Telegram does it. Slack doesn't do it very well because it makes you set up a completely new group chat, so you sort of lose all that history. So Teams is sort of unique in that regard, that you can add people into a chat and keep that history of stuff going. So I won't do that because I don't want Stephen to see all the stuff me and Bridget have been chatting about, staying for coffee, but that's how you would do that. You can also always leave a group chat. So here's one that's a group chat that is a duplicate of one that is up here actually, which wasn't instigated by me, as you might expect, but some people are going to do stuff that you don't want them to do. And so I might want to leave that chat so that people know that we've already got a duplicate chat. Again, if you're added into a group chat and you're just getting too many pings, obviously you can mute it. You can hide it, which is just like sort of, hides it from your view. It's the most like deleting a chat that you can do, right now, although I think Microsoft have got a lot of requests to actually be able to delete chats and group chats. Or you can just completely leave the chat. So that's like that chat is going to continue just without you in it. Last thing I just want to do in chat is now doing reply in chat. Again, this is something that is borrowed from WhatsApp or other messaging apps like that. I don't particularly like the reply in chat. It's not the same as a threaded reply that we get in the Teams bit of Teams, but it is quite useful if you've got a group chat that's going on and say you missed the context, so we've moved on to a different conversation, and I want to ping Bridget about, well, let's reply back about this. It then just puts a link to that message that you clicked reply on, and you can type your message in here, and it's going to post that and that back into the chat. If you click on that, it's going to jump you back up to the original context. Very similar to any other messaging app that you might use. So that's how to do replies in chat. They might be useful, but let's leave chat now. We'll go on to some of the other bits of the sidebar before we get back on to getting into the meat of the course, which is the Teams bit of Teams. Hi, so in this lesson we're just going to check out the calendar app in the sidebar, as well as how to schedule some simple meetings, because there's lots of different ways and lots of nuances in how to schedule meetings in Teams, especially when we get into trying to keep things in context and keeping things in our main team in the Teams bit of Teams, which we'll come on to in a later lesson. But to get you started, if we come into the calendar bit of Teams, so this app in the sidebar, it's got all of your meetings in there. I use multiple different calendars, which is why mine is a bit sparse in the one that's connected to Microsoft 365 account. But it does have some stuff in there. And it's a bit like viewing your calendar in Outlook, only kind of not as good in my opinion, but it's useful if you're already in Teams and just want a quick look at the week. You can jump ahead and behind using these left and right arrows, and you can obviously change the month and jump straight to a date. If you've gone too far, you can hit today and it'll jump you back. And you can have a few different ways of viewing your calendar, I guess like you would expect in any sort of calendar app. You can see every meeting that we've got in here, and ones that are Teams meetings you can join straight from Teams. So that's really handy without needing to jump out back into Outlook, into your calendar or anywhere else. You can just join. You can also chat with the participants. That'll jump you into a group chat that's associated with the meeting, and you can have a chat before the meeting starts if you wanted to do that. As we get closer into that meeting, so obviously that one's a bit further in the future than when we're recording at like 11:30 this morning, there'll be a join button straight here on the front of the screen, so you don't even need to go into that meeting to click join. As you get closer, say within 10 minutes of the meeting, a join button will appear here and you can join it straight from there. If you want to schedule a meeting, obviously this is the most simple way to schedule a meeting. You can either click somewhere and drag some time and let go, and it'll jump you in, and it's already got that time there for you to add all the details. Other way is to come up and click new meeting. We'll have a look at webinars in a future lesson, but for right now we'll do scheduled meeting, which is the same as clicking new meeting, and that's going to schedule a meeting for you wherever your cursor was at the time, but then you can come in, change the date to wherever you wanted it to be, etc. Just before I do that, then there is a meet now button, so that's going to jump you straight into a meeting, and you can just then get that link and send it to people, probably in chat or something like that, or ping an email out, whatever, however you want to share it, and then start that meeting and just get people to join straight away. Again, that's going to be a private meeting that you then ask people to join, unlike when we do a channel meeting later on in the course. So we will do a quick example meeting. This one is just as you would be used to creating any other meeting in Outlook. So we'll give it a title, we'll add some attendees. They can be internal or external, so I'm just going to add my other email account there. Schedule the time. You can have repeating ones just like you would in Outlook. You can add a channel, which we won't do right now because we're doing the simplest way of adding a meeting, and that gets a bit confusing and a bit nuanced. You can add a location if you're booking a meeting room as well. If you schedule a meeting from Teams, it's always going to have a team link in, and then down the bottom you can type any message you want it to go along with the meeting. If it's an internal meeting with internal attendees, then the scheduling assistant is going to look pretty much like the one in Outlook, where you can see whether people are available or not and pick a good time for everybody. And then you've still got some of the categories that have spilled over from Outlook. You can have a look in different time zones, and you can change some of the options that you would usually do in Outlook. So allow forwarding or request responses, and require registration is something that's sort of spilled over from the webinar functionality, which we'll have a look at later on. But require registration is usually going to be none. Once you're done, hit send, and that will go into your calendar. So we'll just discard that. Just jumping out into Outlook, which is the sort of main place that you're gonna go to work your calendar, probably still, because I guess Outlook is synonymous with emails and meetings now. It's still a better calendar in Outlook than you have got in Teams. So, just the functionality of being able to see more stuff, being able to sort of add in additional calendars in there. It's a cut down version of a calendar in Teams, but it just helps you, keep your workflow in Teams if you want to join a meeting or do something quick. Similarly, if you come in to a meeting in Outlook, you're still going to be able to join the meeting straight from Outlook, so no issues there. And then there's a couple of ways of making a Teams meeting in Outlook as well. You've got the Meet Now button that should jump you straight into Teams, and you've got a new Teams meeting button which just adds the Teams meeting link into your invite as soon as you start making it. And I'm sure you're used to creating meetings in Outlook already. If you want to change the meeting options, so we'll just have a quick look at that. Just bring that off my other screen. And here's where you can set some of the meeting options that you might want to do specifically for Teams meetings. So who can bypass the lobby? The default is usually going to be people in your organization and people that you've invited as a guest into the team, because they're then treated as internal. Again, we'll get into guests in a bit more detail later on in the course. Always let callers bypass the lobby, so that's people that are dialing in via phone if you've got that option enabled from your IT department. And that's when callers join or leave. Again, that's just people joining on the phone. Who can present? Everyone is the default, but you can sort of restrict people if you wanted to. Allow micro attendees is useful, say, to turn that off if you're doing sort of more like a webinar version, or you've got lots of people coming, and you'll have to go and enable that for them. Similarly, allow camera for attendees. If you leave that to the yes, they can turn it on and off themselves. Record automatically is really useful, so as soon as you start the meeting, that's going to be recording both video and transcription and audio, obviously. And allow meeting chat. So if it's enabled, which is by default, you can chat before, during, and after the meeting, all in that sort of chat section where the meeting is going to appear after the meeting starts. Or you can just have it in meeting only. So if you didn't want people to ping back into that same meeting chat after the meeting's finished or beforehand, then in meeting just allows chat whilst the meeting's going on. Allow reactions is those thumbs up emojis that flash up, which is useful. And cart captions is just more specifically a format of doing captions that is, for more accessibility that you can turn on, but you do get the sort of normal captions as default in Teams already. So we'll jump back out of there. That's how to schedule it in Outlook and how to schedule a meeting in Teams. Okay, so this lesson's about the Files app in the sidebar, which is different to the Files tab in a Teams channel. And this is where you can see all of your recent files, both across everything in Teams, everything that you've used in another SharePoint site recently, anything in your OneDrive, and anything in any other cloud storage location that you've added. And this is all just your view. So anything that you've got access to, you can see in your Files tab. The recent one is the most useful to go back to a recent document, and like I say, it's scanning everything recently. So these ones happen to be in my OneDrive. Here's one that's in one of the teams that we use, and so everything across any team is going to sort of appear there for you. So I've just added Google Drive, and it doesn't seem like those then appear in recent. But because of the nature of my work, I have different storage locations across different providers. If you're just internal, I would suggest moving everything into Teams or into SharePoint, or hopefully them being one and the same thing, which we can talk about later in the course about architecturing your team structure in brief. But it definitely does scan across everything that Microsoft owns. So OneDrive or SharePoint or anything in the team is going to appear in reverse chronological order in recent, and when you click it, you're just going to go straight into that file. It's going to open it in whatever the default setting you've got is. So I've set the default so that when I click it, it opens in the main desktop app. So Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc. The default, before you have changed the default, is that it's going to open it in the web version. It's going to open it in the Teams web version for you whenever you click something from your Files tab. So you've got Recent that's going to scan everything. You've got Microsoft Teams, which is going to scan everything just from Microsoft Teams. And again, the default is in reverse chronological order there. And anything that you have downloaded from Teams is going to appear there, and you get access to your downloads folder. You got access to your OneDrive straight from here, which should look familiar however you have sorted out your OneDrive folder. And like I say, you can add third-party storage locations into your Files tab on the sidebar if you wanted to get access to anything. So if you had a personal Dropbox or something like that you wanted to add into Teams, you can do it there as well. And if you click Add Cloud Storage, you're going to have most of these options. So Google Drive has disappeared because I've added a Google Drive already, but you've got Ignite, ShareFile. Like I say, if you are an organization and you're still using some of these apps, you're probably best trying to move everything into SharePoint or Teams. If you're using some third parties, like maybe a marketing agency that uses Box or Dropbox to share files with you, obviously you're not in control of where they put stuff, probably. So you might need to use some third-party tools just to work with external providers, although SharePoint can do all that stuff for you. But if you're not the person that's making that decision, here's a way that you can just add it quickly into at least your view in Teams. And we'll have a look at some ways you could add that storage into the Teams view and therefore the view of everyone else in a later lesson. So in this lesson, we're going to have a look at some of the other sidebar apps just to get you started into what might be available for you. As a reminder, everything in the sidebar is just your view only. When we come onto Teams channels, any tab is shared between everybody in that team. You can't just create your own view of tabs. You can create your own view of what's in your sidebar. So if you don't see any of these, I'm going to show you how to get them. So tasks by planner and to do might be useful if you want to get some shared tasks into your view in Teams. It doesn't have everything that Microsoft To Do has, although it does have every single list. It doesn't have My Day in there, which I use all the time, so that isn't very useful for me. That doesn't have My Day in there. It does have Planned, and it does have Assigned to Me. So whether something's assigned to you from someone else's to do or from Planner, it's going to appear in your Assigned to Me. You also get access to every other planner plan that's in a team or in a Microsoft group or in a SharePoint site or wherever it is. If you've got access to it, it's going to appear in shared plans, and it's got Planner written there for you. So here's all the plans that we've got set up already, and if you jump into those, it's going to show you that Planner plan. By default, it's views as a list, and obviously if you went into Planner, as I'll have a look at later on in the course, the default view is going to be a board, but you can quickly switch between the views up here. The view might look slightly different, but you can still get access to most of the tasks that you need to do. As a quick reminder, you can either go and pin some other apps in from your three-dot menu, or you can search for more apps, and it's going to jump you out into all of the app section, which we'll have a look at in another lesson. But just to know for right now that some apps appear in your sidebar, some apps appear in a channel tab, and some apps might be more like a bot that appear in chat, or more like a connector, so it's going to post stuff into a Teams channel for you. And they're not categorized like that until you go and click on it and see which ones you might want to add. But for right now, here's some ones from Microsoft that might be useful. So Viva Insights is where you're going to see some insights about how you're working and some AI that Microsoft is developing to sort of help you work better and be more mindful. So it's got sort of praise, how are you feeling, so you can check in and see your feelings over time, a bit of meditation even, and some recommendations of who to stay connected with in your organization, or it knows who you're sort of collaborating with in the Stay Connected tab. Some options to book focus time in for you, so either manually with suggested times that you want to book in and just click book in right now, or if you jump out into the web version, you can get that to be booked automatically for you. And then inspiration library, which is new, which is why it says it's in preview. Just some articles on well-being, culture, impact, resilience. Looks like all these are from Harvard Business Review, so presuming Microsoft are going to create some content to appear there for you in Viva Insights. Viva Learning, you might have, again, all of these dependent on whether your IT departments turn them on or not, or how much your organization is using them. Viva Learning shows you stuff from Microsoft 365 courses, how to use their apps, which may or may not be helpful to you. Presuming if you're watching this, then they might not be that helpful. And if your organization has paid for LinkedIn Learning, because Microsoft now owns LinkedIn, then they'll appear in Viva Learning as well. And Microsoft are adding more and more providers in to show up. Approvals is another one that might be useful. And once we get in to have a look at approvals later on in the course, that's where these are going to appear, ones that have come into your queue to approve, and where you can submit a new approval, which may or may not be that helpful depending on how you and your organization have set it up. So go and have a look at these other apps so you can get a full version of OneNote. Or say full version, it's like the web version that appears in Teams. You can have a look at Wiki, which is going to show you every other wiki that you've got access to. So a bit like Tasks by Planner and To Do shows you all the actions that come from anywhere in the organization. Wiki is going to show you all of the wiki tabs from anywhere that you've worked on all in one place. Again, if you want to use calls, that's there. If you want to design Power Apps, you can do that straight into Teams now. And if you want to do Power Automate, you can do that straight in Teams now, rather than going through the website, which you might want to keep everything in Teams, or you might want to jump out and do that in the web. So that's a quick look at some of the Sidebar apps. Just to finish off us looking down the sidebar, and next we'll get into the main bit, which I'm most excited about, is the Teams bit of Teams. And we'll look at some of the Teams basics about how you can get your productivity for you and your organization supercharged. Okay, so here we are onto the good stuff, the Teams bit of Teams, which we've all been waiting for, I'm sure, because this is the main bit of Teams that can be transformational for you and your organization. So we haven't touched on it since orientation, so let me just go through quickly. When I say a team, I mean something that's got a logo, and a channel is anything underneath that team that's sort of indented. So for membership of the team, you can only be a member of a team, you can't be a member of a channel in the simplest terms. We'll come on to private channels later, but know that if you're a member of a team, you get access to every single channel, apart from the private ones. And anyone can see anything in any other channel, again, apart from private channels. So the main thing to remember is that anything you put in the team, anyone could see. If you go through our team structure and our recommendations, which we'll come on to a bit later in the course, we recommend a fewer number of larger teams and get your organization working out in the open, sort of like a digital equivalent of an open plan office. So we've got teams and channels. You can hide channels and you can hide teams, which we'll come on to in the notifications lesson in a couple of lessons time. So the main bit of Teams that's transformational is threaded conversations, which doesn't happen in many other apps. Only Slack has threaded conversations, and I personally don't like the way that they've implemented it in Slack. Microsoft seem to have got this right, and I think it's the main reason that Teams is amazing. It's the simplest thing, but it just helps keep everyone up to speed. You can scan through information a lot quicker. And here's a bad example of how you should set up your threaded conversation. So obviously this is just a testing channel that I put stuff in when I'm doing my YouTube videos. But here you can see we've put something in and then we've got 4 replies. So we've got some replies about that meeting, that the meeting's happened. We've got some notes in that meeting. We've got attendance report, and message that that meeting is cancelled. If we start a new conversation, what we should be doing is starting with a subject. So let's say training. We should be starting with an @ mention, either someone individually or the channel, which we'll come on to later. So I'm just going to mention the channel, and it turns into testing because we're in the testing channel. And we then put our little message in. As long as we've hit that little A box, then we're going to get a new line every time we enter. And let's post that because that's going to be really useful for someone to see. Then anyone can reply to that thread. So that is one of the main building blocks of the Teams bit of Teams, is trying to keep everything in context in one conversation thread so that anybody else joining that conversation now or in the future can quite quickly see everything that's gone on. So let's do a few replies. Because it's me hitting enter, it sort of joined those replies together. If we'd waited a bit more time, or it's someone else replying, then they would be separate replies, basically, that we would be able to see what's gone on in that chat. So when we've got an old thread, we can see just the heading, a bit of the message, and then how many replies are there. Depending on how old the message is or who's replied, whether it's you or someone else that's the end message, then Teams might show you the first message and the end. So it's quite easy to see a snapshot of kind of what's gone on in that thread. When you expand it, it's then going to show you everything, or just the latest few messages, and then get you to load the higher ones. But quite quickly you can see everything is kept in one thread, so then it's easy for someone to scan through. Unlike email, where you might have some messages going in, obviously Outlook and lots of other email clients have tried to make threaded messages in email, but each email contains the previous email in text, so then it's quite tricky to keep track of everything. Also, people might have replied either directly to you or to the entire email chain at different times with different emails, and it all gets quite confusing if you're trying to collaborate and do something quite complicated with a few people on email, rather than doing it in Teams where everything's sort of instant and no one can sort of reply, or it's much more difficult to reply out of turn. You can see everything that someone's posted above you before you reply, and everybody that has replied above you is already in the thread in chat above you, is going to get notified about something that you then post. So it's notifying everyone that's already in the thread and not notifying people that aren't in the thread by default, unless you use @ mentions, which we'll come on to in the next lesson. Okay, so last bit in the Teams basic bit. Like we said, it's always good to put a heading in. The difference in the Teams versus chat is you can change the conversation to an announcement. And all that does is add another bar above your header. So it's useful for, like it says, announcements. So if you click announcement, it's going to put a massive headline in and a big block of color. And it's good to not overuse these, because if you've got your entire team clogged up with this, then you can see less on the screen at any one time. But say we wanted to do something bigger, we could say training, and it's to do with the training on 15th of May, say. And you can adjust the heading, so you can either change the color, which has got a few pastel colors. You can't pick anything outside of this limited color palette, or you can upload your own image, and it's all going to crop it to be quite thin and long. So you can upload anything into there, and it's going to display it in the background, which might be useful if you want to jazz up a normal post and you didn't want to do a SharePoint news post. So you can change to new conversation or announcement, which is different to what we looked at in the messaging basics. And everyone can reply, or you and moderators can reply. I don't personally use just the moderators bit. The moderators is if we come into, if we go into the other team that's got some of the people in manage team, you can either be an owner or a member, and the moderators at the moment are owners. So when we jump back and say everyone can reply or only me and moderators can reply, that's the other owners of the team. It's always good to have 2 owners of the team just in case anything happens, or at least 2 owners I should say. But there should be people that understand how you set up the team, when to use a team and when to use a channel and all that good stuff. So you don't want to make everyone an owner that might not understand the nuances of how the teams work. So I don't use that a lot. Everyone can reply, and post in multiple channels can be useful, but I would suggest to use a different way into using channel at mentions. We don't really want things living in 2 different places in teams because we want one thread of communication, and posting in multiple channels is immediately going to break that. It's giving people at least two or more different places that they can reply, and you're kind of going to lose the engagement of that one post. So you can post in multiple channels there. I would recommend not doing it and instead use channel at mentions to mention more than one channel at a time. That's bringing the notifications of people from other channels into the one place that you've put it. And if you've got something you want to post that could live in 2 different channels, perhaps have a re-look at your team and channel structure, because you might have overcomplicated that at that stage, which we'll have a look at in a bit later. But if you did want to post in multiple channels, here's how to do it. So we've got it going into testing. We click select channel and we can post it into any other channel. And we could post it across into another team even and update that. So we're posting across 2 channels in our testing team for YouTube. And in this one, we're also posting into another team into Q&A. So if you did have a larger number of teams, which we don't recommend, and you want to do a notification that hit every single team, then you could post here and post across multiple teams. You'd have to be a member of every team you want to post into, and therefore if you are, you've probably got too many teams and you probably need to simplify those and consolidate them, because if you've got membership that overlaps quite a large number of teams, then you could by definition manage with a fewer number of larger teams, which we'd recommend. So here's the other things across the top of a bit of teams conversation that we didn't cover in the chat bit earlier in the course. All the other stuff's the same, and as I record it right now, when we had a quick look at loop components, that isn't currently available in a Teams channel, but will be as Microsoft roll out loop. So those are the main bit of Teams basics. As a quick reminder, we've got our tabs across the top of a channel, and that changes by channel. So depending on what channel we're in, the tabs change, and you can add in a tab. Whatever you need to get your work done in that channel, we should be pinning tabs to help us, so we can pin files, forms, whiteboards, lists, OneNotes, SharePoint, whatever we need to get our stuff done in that channel. So that's Teams basics. We'll go and have a look now at channel mentions. So there's 2 main building blocks of Teams that we need to hammer home: is reply in a conversation thread, always have a heading, and always at mention someone or assume that your post will get lost. Those are the things that people don't do if they've picked up bad habits from chat and having a large number of small teams, as in there's not many people in each team. You can get away with some of those things if you're using chat or small teams. If you structure the teams like I recommend, have a large number of people in each team, you really need to make sure that people are adhering to replying in conversation threads and at mentioning in every single post, or assume that post is not going to get seen by anybody. See you in the next lesson. You may have this join or create a team button. So if you've got a public team, you can see, you might have a list of other teams you could join straight away here. But if it's a public team, anyone can see it and then join it. So anyone can come in, and you don't have any control over who is in or out of that team. You might still be able to create a team. Again, if you follow our guidance on team structure, the amount of new teams you need to create is going to be very few and far between. So we recommend that your IT department turns that off once you've got a decent team structure that's going to last you for a few years at a time. But if you did have a team code, if you did want to create a team, or you did have some public teams you want to join, that's how to join them. You click join or create team and you get in that way. If you follow our guidance and all of your teams are private, you need to get invited to the team. Like, someone could provide you with a code, but once they've got the code, it's as easy for them to just add you into the team. So you need to go and find out what teams are available and then get added into the team. And if you follow our guidance on team structure, that'll all be in the sort of onboarding process when you start in the company or start in a new role. You would get access into the team, because if you not get access to the team, you can't do your job there, because we would recommend everything happens in the team and nothing happens in separate SharePoint sites or anything like that. But again, we'll come on to that in a bit. So we've got teams of people, which is what the team's for. That keeps a group of people together. If I jump into our modern workplace one, if you're the owner, you can do manage team and actually manage the team. If you're not the owner, you can do manage team and see who else is in there. So I'm going to expand members and guests, and then we can see everybody else that's in that team. If we're the owner, we can then add people to that team and just start by typing their name, and anyone internal that's set up that's got a Microsoft license is going to pop up as soon as you start typing their name. I don't have anyone else internal on my tenant, which is why we can't find anything, but you can add external people with their email, although there is some things we need to bear in mind when we're adding external people, which we'll come on to in the team's structure part of the course. Well, that's how to add members into your team. Remember, you can only add people into the team, you can't add them into the channel. So anybody that you add into the team can see anything in an open channel that's not private. Anyone that requests access into the team, which we usually don't have because we have not made our teams visible, usually if you follow our guidance, they'll pop in there. You also get an email and a request in your activity feed if you're the owner of a team of people that want to come into your team. People might have invited other people on your behalf, and then they won't be able to come in if it's a private team until you accept their request. Channels, you can see a list of channels and you can automatically add it into someone's view if you tick this little box. So anyone that's new into the team is going to show or not be hidden these two channels because we've got show for members ticked. And then settings is where you can add team picture, which you might want to do. So it's just a little letter logo when you first set up if you haven't put a picture in. Member permissions, so we usually recommend these settings. So we don't recommend allowing members to create and update channels, don't recommend allowing members to delete or store channels, don't recommend allowing members to add and remove apps, don't allow members to upload customized apps, and you can see the rest here. So allowing members to create, update and remove tabs, I usually would allow that, but because of the nature of my business, I've turned it off because I've got a lot of external guests coming in and I set up the team how, for a learning environment. So I don't want them to be able to remove tabs and stuff by accident, especially if they're new into teams. But for normal organizations, I would say allow people to do that because then they can make their own channel look like they want. I also don't allow members to create, update and remove connectors because people get confused about what a connector is. There's lots of third-party connectors that you might have to pay for, and it just sort of clutters up the feed if people are sort of messing about. So don't usually allow people to do that. Again, any owner can do all of those things, so it's just a simple process for someone to ask the owner to do it for them. Owners can delete all messages, leave on, give members the option to delete their own messages. That's quite nice if they put something in there by accident, and give members the option to edit their own messages. Just let them edit their messages. I don't know why you would turn that off. Guest permissions sort of blanked out because of the settings we've got up here. So that's allowing guests to create and update channels and allowing guests to delete channels, which we don't want to do. At mentions, we'll come on to the next lesson, but I do like to turn off the ability for people to mention the team, which we'll come on to later. But that's to do with allowing people to opt out of receiving notifications if they hide the entire team. Team codes, where you can share a code so people can join the team directly, but by the time you've come in to generate the code to send them the code, you could just come into members and just added them with their email. I like to leave on all the fun stuff because it makes it a bit more engaging. And tags we'll come on to, but you don't want to overuse tags because you can get away with a lot of stuff just using channel mentions. in the next lesson. Analytics has some decent stuff, so you can see how much storage space the files is taking, how many users are in there, what engagement's like for like the last 7 days or however long you want to have a look at it. And you can see any apps that are added into the team and any tags you can go straight to from here rather than going into settings and tags. That's just who can manage the tags. Tags is where you actually create the tags. Tags used to be in a different menu and now it's split out into its own one, so you can see that there. I think it used to be in the members actually. So you can do tags from the members as well, or it's got its own setting there. Okay, so like we said in the last lesson, at mentions are the building blocks of using the Teams bit of Teams effectively, which you may have picked up bad habits from using chat or using Teams that are too small. If you've got a small number of people, you can get away with, not using these things effectively. So if we type @channel, it's going to change it to the name of the channel that we're in. We can type the name of the channel directly. So we're going to pick testing channel, and it's going to be the same thing as if we typed @channel. So if we put a subject in, which we should do in every new conversation thread, help the readers of that quickly scan down when we have a look, scrub through. Obviously we haven't done this in this testing channel very well, but in our main team we do that so that it's easy for people to scan through and see what they might be interested in if they want to catch up with stuff that's been posted in there they haven't been notified about. So we always need a subject, and we're going to post in there and do @channel or individual @mentions, which I can't do right now because I'm the only one in this team. But I would start typing someone's name and it would pop up there and they would get notified. If we @mention the channel, that's going to notify everybody that hasn't hidden that channel. So when we come up with our teams and channel structure, we should be thinking about where people are going to do their work, what's the smallest number of channels that we can manage that makes it meaningful for people that need to know all that information, if that makes sense. So we'll cover that in more detail in the channel structure lesson. So say we're working on testing, then we should have trained the people that work on testing that they should have shown that channel and not hidden it. So we've got a good assumption that if we use @testing, we're going to notify everyone that needs to know about something that we're doing on testing. If we're putting something in that not everybody needs to know, we just need to @mention some people individually, which we can @mention multiple people in one post. So if we jump into the Q&A, if I start this, I don't want to ping anyone that's not needed. So after we do you can see a list of people that are in that team that it thinks we might want to @mention. Those aren't all the people in the team. And as we start typing, it's going to change the suggestions of who we want to @mention. And if we click that or hit tab, it's going to fill out that @mention for us. If we want to make it a bit more informal, we can hit backspace and then delete bits of their @mention to just say their first name, for example. So rather than Dan Noel Guest, we could just change it back down to Dan. We can then @mention some other people. So say we wanted Beth and Adam, and those are the only people that this particular message was applicable to. Then we can go in and shorten their @mentions. And we know that Dan, Beth, and Adam are all going to get notified about this particular post we're putting in. If we wanted to @mention everybody in that channel, we can do @channel, and it's going to notify everybody that hasn't hidden that channel. So whether you hide the channel or not, if we jump back to the testing one, if people had hidden that channel, we wouldn't know. So there needs to be some ways of working that you've agreed internally that people haven't hidden the channel that they work in. So if they're working in an area, they need to have shown that channel. So if they hide that channel, it's going to go italic whilst we're on it. If we jump off it, it's going to go to a hidden channel. And anything that's in a hidden channel, no one will get notified about channel mentions. So if someone now did @testing, because I've hidden the testing channel, I won't get notified about that. It'll still go bold, you can still see it, you can still go into it. When you go into it, it's going to show up as italics, meaning it's not in your visible list. And when you click off it, it's going to disappear and go back into hidden channels, but you can see any other hidden channel. You won't get notified about channel mentions that are in a hidden channel. Similarly, whilst we're on it, you can hide entire teams, and that's why I, in the previous lesson, like to turn off the ability to @mention the entire team, because if you don't turn that ability off, even hidden teams you can still notify everybody about, and there's no way for them to get rid of those notifications, and therefore they might then end up getting notified about too many things and just end up hating teams. Whereas easily we can turn off the ability to @mention the entire team, because we can do the same thing if we did @general. So general is the only channel that you can't hide. We're in the testing channel, we're @mentioning the general channel. So you can use the channels to notify different groups of people. So say we're in a manufacturing business or something that's selling into supermarkets or retailers, and you had channels for people that work on Asda, channels for people that works on Tesco, maybe Walmart if you're in the US, or Target, and you've got channels for each of those groups of people that are working on that customer. You could then do @Target, @Asda, @Sainsbury's, whatever you wanted to do. So you can mention multiple channels and notify different groups of people in that way. If you mention general, then everybody in the team is going to get that notification, because nobody can hide general. If someone had hidden the entire team and you mention general, then they wouldn't receive that notification, but they must have hidden the entire team because they don't want to get notified about stuff. If you leave team mentions on, which is manage team, settings, and @mentions, which I said I recommend leaving this one off, so that people have the ability to get rid of the notifications from an entire team if they wanted to hide everything. Individual @mentions still break through. So if you'd put a message on and some people had not done the action that you wanted to take, you can still @mention people individually, whether they've hidden the channel or hidden the team. They're still going to get notified about individual @mentions. To recap, we should be starting every single message with a header, and every single post we should be @mentioning someone individually or @mentioning a channel. If we don't do that, assume your message is not going to get seen. We can have a mix of channel mentions and individual mentions, and we can have a mix of multiple channels in one post, and we can always use the general channel mention to make sure we notify the entire team, apart from people that have hidden that entire team. So we could @mention testing, and we could @mention our other channel we got set up, and everybody that has shown one or the other is going to get notified about our post. So that's a way we can post across channels without using the post across channels function, which we looked at in the last lesson, which is this post in multiple channels bit. Rather than using that, which I think splits our thread across different channels, we can post in one place and still bring people from anywhere else in the team, any other channel, into one place that they can then reply and keep all the replies in one place. If we did that post across multiple channels function, then we get a different, let me show you, we get a different post. It doesn't like keep the posts in sync. So as an example here, if we did @testing and @HR, when we post that, so the post in both places, when we reply here, it doesn't update the other thread. So now I've replied in this Molson Coors HR channel. If we go back to the testing channel, we now have got a thread here that doesn't include the thread that we've got here. So rather than posting across channels and splitting the thread, it's better to just post in one channel and do a multiple channel @mention. It's going to bring everybody that works in the Molson Coors HR channel into the testing channel anyway, whether they've hidden it or not, because if they're showing the HR channel, they're going to get notified about that. If they've hidden the testing channel, because we've mentioned both channels, they're going to get notified about one or the other, the one that they've shown and not hidden. And then all the replies will go into one thread, which we want to keep everything in context as we go through in Teams. So again, to keep banging on about it, the two main things that we need to land to make bit of Teams work in a larger team environment is @mention in every post, either channel or individual, and keeping things in one conversation thread to keep everything in context, because it's the context that's important to save us time when we're collaborating with multiple other people. And we should be thinking about the recipient rather than ease of us getting our message out there. because collaboration is, by definition, working with other people. So we need to be mindful about making it easy for them to get back up to speed, and having a header at mentioning so it appears in their activity feed, having a way for them to not get notified if they don't want to get notified, which is turning off the ability to do a total at team mention, and using general. That's the way that we can start to work together better, and is the best way to manage your notifications, with hiding channels and hiding teams before you do any other notification settings, which we'll have a look at in the next lesson. Okay, so on to notifications. The team split of teams only works if you're getting notified about things that you need to know and not getting notified about things you don't want to know, but everything's there so you could see anything else, so increasing the serendipity of interactions across your organization, just like bumping into someone in an open plan office or when you go for lunch. So you could have a nice conversation and get involved in stuff that you don't even know is going on, but also you don't want to get overwhelmed and get pinged about everything that's going on, because we all need to do our job, and not getting managing notifications all the time, which is where the team split of teams really works, rather than chat, where you get pinged about every single thing that happens in a group chat, so you'd probably end up muting everything and therefore missing stuff. Or email, where everything's coming in, you're getting notified about multiple CC'd chains, and actually, well, I don't need to know that because I'm not in that thread right now, but you're added and everything just kind of keeps coming through. So like we said in the last lesson, the main way to manage your notifications, which you should do in this order, is hide any channels that you're getting pinged about that you don't need to know about. So if we didn't work in HR, say, we would then come and hide this channel, so we don't then get notified every time someone does @channel for the HR channel. But if someone does @testing, then we're going to get notified about testing because our job is in testing, say. So hide any channels you don't want to see. If you've got any teams, which this shouldn't be an issue if you follow our guidance about how to set up your teams across your organization, but you might still be, you might not follow our recommendations because it might not be your job to do that. But if you are in a team where you don't want to get notified about anything in that team, you can just hide the entire team. It appears in your hidden teams list. You can still go into them, you can still go into every channel, but you're not going to get notified if someone does an @general mention in a hidden team, whereas you would get notified if they did @general in a team that is in your list. So hide your channels first, hide your teams second. You need to keep visible any channel that you would reasonably be assumed to be having your list. So if you work in a particular channel, how you've set it up, then if your main job is there, someone doing an @mention to that channel would assume that you're going to get notified. So we need to have some organizational norms about how we would reasonably assume people have got their channel set up. And obviously, if you're the person that's involved in training, you can go through and make sure that people have got their Teams channel set up like that you would assume they have. Next thing you want to do for notifications is Teams notifies you by email quite a lot by default. So if you come into settings and then notifications, this moves around a lot depending on Microsoft where they put it. At the moment it's in notifications and email. It used to be notifications and then some other setting down here, but wherever it is, basically, if you've got missed activity, so if you haven't been to Teams and something's posted in there or someone's done an @mention, every hour by default, Teams are going to send you an email saying, oh, you've missed this in Teams. If you're using Teams as like the main bit of how you're doing your job, that might be too frequent. I think it's too frequent to get an email, because then you've got to do something with that email. So I like to set it to daily, even though I'm in Teams every day. Sometimes people post stuff in there and you might have missed it, say, and just having one email a day, if you have missed anything, isn't too much difficulty to just delete it and then go and look at the stuff that's happening in Teams. If you have seen everything there, you're not going to get an email. So Teams would know if you've seen stuff. It's only notifying you by email if you have missed something and haven't responded, or at least seen it in that day. So that's probably the next setting you want to do. If you're in Teams all the time, I mean, I'm in Teams all the time, I still like to keep it on daily. You can set the emails to completely off there. And again, that setting might move around a bit in this section, but it's going to be in settings and notifications, so it should be pretty easy to find if Microsoft have moved it by the time you watch this lesson. So a couple of other things that are a bit more advanced to then manage your notifications. You can manage notifications. Let me just show this one again. You can manage notifications at the channel level, which I don't recommend doing. So if we click on the three dots next to a channel, you can come up to channel notifications and turn all activity on. So anything that ever gets posted in that channel, you're going to get notified about, or you can set it off. So you get nothing apart from direct replies and personal @ mentions, which I don't recommend either, because you can get the same thing by hiding that channel. So it's much simpler to just hide the channel and have it not in your view rather than turning off the activity replies there, because that sort of breaks the basic functionality of Teams. So if you show it again, then if you've got that one turned off, then you still won't get notified about @ mentions, and you don't want to change it to all because you don't want to get notified about every single post that's in there. So the default, bizarrely, at the time of recording, is customized, which if we click on customized, it's going to show us what the default is, which I would say shouldn't be called customized because we haven't customized it. It's just how Teams would usually work. So here then all new posts is off and channel mentions is on, which is exactly what we want. So we haven't changed any of the default settings and it says it's custom, confusingly. So if you really wanted to, you could do that. I don't recommend doing that. I recommend hiding the channel instead. But the one thing that is useful that's a bit more advanced is you can, if we come up to a thread in our Q&A team that's got other people on the thread. I mean, this one is the one that I started, so it's unlikely that I would not want to get notified about a thread that I started. You can turn off notifications for a particular thread. So that's why we say in the basic instructions, if you want someone to see your message, @ mention them, because you don't know if they have turned off a thread or not. So as a reminder, anyone that puts a reply in a conversational thread is going to notify everybody in the thread above them. So because I put a message on and Adam's put a message on, when I reply, Adam's going to get notified. If Beth had put something in that thread and then I replied, Adam and Beth would get notified without me doing anything. However, assuming it was a longer thread and had lots and lots of activity on, some people might think, well, that is now no longer relevant to me because the thread's gone on for too long. They might have turned off notifications. So every time you post even a reply, @ mention the person that you're replying to, and you know they're definitely going to get notified, rather than relying on the fact that they should get notified if they're above you in that thread, but they might have turned off that notifications on that particular thread. And if you're in a long thread, you might turn off notifications for that thread unless someone @ mentioned you specifically or re-mentions the channel, because that thread might be just going on too long and it's now no longer relevant. And again, if you're in a thread and you're just replying to the person above, then you've got a reasonable assumption that they're going to get notified, but there's no harm in @ mentioning the person again, just so that you definitely know they're going to get mentioned, if that makes sense. So those are the main things you want to look at for managing your notifications. And again, just to reiterate, managing your notifications is the bedrock of making Teams work for you and everyone in your organization. You want to be notifying people when they need to know stuff and not notifying people when they don't need to know stuff. So don't always bombard the entire team, because maybe what you're talking about people don't want to hear. So but always try and mention a channel and not general. Obviously there's times when you're going to need to post stuff that's applicable to the entire team, but if you mention the channels individually instead, at least they've got a way to opt out of those notifications if they want. And if they're opting out of notifications that they need to know, then you can sort of manage them as you would manage any other person in your organization that's ignoring messages and actions. They need to do this to do their job, but let's make it easy for them as well. So that's it for notifications. See you in the next lesson. Okay, so last little bit on notifications is having the temporary ability to turn off all incoming notifications. So like we've said before, you want to go through your channel structure hiding some channels you don't want to get notified about, that's the main way. Training your people not to bombard you, so using individual and channel mentions effectively, and then hiding some teams that you don't need to see. But like we said before, if you follow our guidance on the team structure, then you should have very few teams that you will need to do that for, because you either be in them or you just won't exist. Sometimes even with that, you just want the ability to just shut stuff off and just focus on something you already know you need to do. So that in the old days might be just closing Outlook completely, but now Teams has got a lot of stuff in there with tabs and channels and stuff you might need to see to do your job. Then you might just want to turn off incoming notifications temporarily. So if you come up to your little head icon, click that, and you can see that it's saying I'm available. So that's connected to your calendar. So if you've got a meeting, it'll show that you're busy. If you're in, like presenting, it might change to do not disturb. Even when you're busy, people can still ping and it's still going to notify you. So you might want to come in here and set it to do not disturb. That means that no notifications are going to come through, or at least reduce the amount of notifications coming through, depending on if you've got calling turned on or not. So you can set that to do not disturb. I don't bother changing anything to the other ones, because basically if your show is busy, people can still ping. They're not, usually don't follow that, because you can work asynchronously anyway. Be right back or appear away, it's like, well, again, it's not going to stop any notifications. And appear offline, why? Just put it on do not disturb. That actually stops notifications coming through. So we can set it to that, and you'll see your status is set to do not disturb. You'll only get notifications for urgent messages and from your priority contacts. So say you're working on something that you needed to focus on, but you need to work with Bill, and you want notifications for Bill, but you don't want notifications for anyone else. That's what this priority contacts is. You can change these settings whenever you want, and this bit, it jumps you into the settings and privacy and do not disturb, and we want to manage priority access. And that's when you can add people. So in this example, we search for Bill. I don't have Bill in my tenant, so that's not going to pop up. But whoever you search for, as long as they're internal, it's going to come up there, and they will be able to get through. So it says this: when your status is set to do not disturb, you can still receive notifications for chats, calls, and app mentions from these people that you list, and you can list out as many as you want. So you might want to put your boss on there, so he can always break through, or she can always break through. When I used to have my corporate job, my boss was one of the people that I wanted to focus away from, so you might not want to add those. If you need to focus and collaborate with someone, you can change that there. You can change it whenever you like, so don't worry that you've added them in. You can always take them back off. The other useful thing is, once you've put do not disturb on, you do then forget to take it off. So when you come onto your status, you can set a duration. So we're going to set it to do not disturb, but actually only need to focus for the next 2 hours. So we'll click that and done, and then after those 2 hours, it's going to take do not disturb off for me and reset it, going back with the calendar. So if we click reset status, that just means it's resetting back to look at your calendar. So if you've got no meetings, it's going to show as available. If you're in a meeting, it's going to show as busy. If you're presenting, it shows as do not disturb. So that's quite useful to get a bit of focused time away. If you use the focused time in Viva Insights, which we're probably not going to cover in this course unless people shout, then that turns on do not disturb for you. So that is quite useful. Other bit I just want to do in notifications is setting this status message is quite handy. So you can mention someone in your status. You might just want to put focusing on project X. And what's really useful is this show when people message me. So that's more useful than the status being busy, because when someone's about to message you, they'll see that pop up above where they're typing the message. So similarly, if you've got your out of office on when you're on holiday or vacation, when someone's about to message you, it pops up and says, this person's out of the office until blah, blah, blah. They might not reply. And if they still want to send a message, that's fine. You'll get it when you get back. But this status message also shows in that same instance. So your status message will show above the composed message box, and someone sends you a message or message you. Really useful. So we can take that on, and we can set it, although it doesn't have the 2 hours option, bizarrely, you can set it the same as when you have your do not disturb on if you want. You can schedule your out of office there, because that's the same sort of message I was just talking about. So if we click done, it's then going to show this message. Your status message is showing in chat and channels when people message you or mention you until 2:10 today, and then you can change the status. So it's always going to give you a little reminder. And then we also might want to do not disturb until that time, although again, bizarrely, I don't know, we've got 1 hour and 2 hours here and 4 hours in the message one. But say we want to focus for a couple of hours and have the message on until then, we've got both those things going on to help us manage our notifications. So to get rid of the status message, we come in and it says what our status message is. We can edit it there or just delete it. So we're going to delete it. And then to reset your status, you could just click on reset status. If you click on available, it's going to show you it's available all the time and not link back to your calendar and show us busy if you're in a meeting. So we always want to click reset, and we'll know that's then linked to our meeting. So that's the last bit on notifications if you just want to get a bit of focused work done or notify the people as they're about to message you, which is quite handy to stop things coming in when you just want to get some work done. So now we've got everything internally, at least, running in Teams. It can get quite difficult to find stuff, especially if you're just used to scrolling through your old shared drive. So if you've set up a decent file channel team structure like we recommend, which we'll come on to a bit later in the course, a quick overview of that, then you should have a channel for everything. Your files should be arranged in, as we recommend, projects, areas, resources, and archive, which admittedly this one isn't because it's just got stuff all over the place. And this is what one of your channel files tabs might look like if you haven't bothered to train people where to put stuff or haven't got a file structure set up ready to go. You might end up with stuff everywhere, and that's still okay because search in Teams is pretty good. So say we didn't know where this employee check-in file was and we were in a different team and channel, maybe this one's even hidden, and we just go in and search for employee, and it starts to show us some suggestions. It's showing us lots of apps at the moment, but it says press enter to view all results. So if we hit enter, we've then got loads of stuff pop up that is to do with employee. So you can see it's got something about, I've got a bot to do with MailChimp, which is how my emails go out, something that I posted in one of the teams in general, got a chat that's we've got something to do with employee in, and also this file is a video and it's got the transcription, and so we must have mentioned employee in that transcription, which is pretty cool that it's searched what we've actually said. If we go on files, because we know it's a file that we want to find, that employee check-in file is the third one down, and we can open it directly from the search. So if we want to find something to do with the file, we can find it there. You'll also see that it's searching across messages, which we can have a scroll through and see if there's any messages that we want to go back to, and any people. Gosh, there's no people called employee. If we search for a certain person, then we could do it in there. Now that's relatively new at the time of recording this, if you go on messages or if you go on files, there's some handy little filters that you can apply to narrow down your search. So if we knew it was Excel, we could just narrow down to look at Excel files. There it is, popped up at the top. If it's modified by a certain person, you could add in there. If you want to look just between certain dates, or if you know it's in a certain team, you can filter your files, search down by those. If you're in messages, again, you can see if it's in a chat or in a channel, which team or channel is it in, do you know who it's from, and what sort of date range you want to look at. Are you mentioned in it? Has it got an attachment? And you can hide apps and bots, which in this example we wanted to do, although it's still showing me the one from MailChimp, so I'm not sure how good that is at working. But you can have a quick go at filtering down your search and using search in Teams if you ever lose anything and if your files are all over the place and you don't know where to go. Second thing that you could use to keep track of stuff, especially if you've got a high velocity of stuff going into each channel. So in this one, we've got a few different threads going on at one time. Say, if I just want to pin something really important, we can come up to our three dots menu and say, save this message. And that's going to ping up by your head and say saved. So it's giving you an idea about where it saved it to. So let's just go and save this other one, maybe in the testing channel. And maybe the split conversation thread was really important. So we'll come and save that one as well. So that pops up by our head as well. And if we ever want to go back to anything that we saved, we click on our little head and the little saved icon there. I think saving messages is really useful. And so I wish Microsoft would make the UI of saved a bit more prominent rather than going into your head and going saved. I'd like to see something over here, but I'm not the product manager of Microsoft Teams. And so if we click on saved, that's going to jump us into a separate list of stuff of all the things we've saved, and it's going to jump us to wherever we've saved that message. So you see our first one was in testing. It says post by me on the 25th of May, and when we click on it, it sort of makes the message yellow for a little bit of time, so we can see which one we've saved, and then also a sort of preview of what's come sort of before and after that message. Same if we click on that other one, it's going to jump us to the yellow box, which slowly fades away to show us this is the one we've pinned. And if we wanted to take any action, we can then reply. So sort of a zoomed in version of that thread. And when we reply, it's going to reply in thread. So it's sort of showing that thread more like a chat, where it's my message on the right and other people's on the left. So it's sort of zoomed in for us. If we ever want to go back, we can click on that breadcrumb and it's going to take us back into the actual team and channel, so we can see exactly where to go and see it in the normal view. One step on from saving a message is if you use Microsoft To Do already, and we've got a whole separate course on getting the most out of personal productivity and using to-do apps and things, but just very light at this stage. If you do already use To Do, you can send a message from Teams directly in To Do. So say, obviously this is one we posted, but say someone else had posted something and we needed to take some action on that, rather than saving it and then using your saved list as your to-do list, if you're already using a to-do list, you're then sort of splitting things in two places, which you might not want to do. You can use the three dot icon on any message in Teams, come down to more actions, and then use create task. That's going to jump us into here. It's got the message or the heading of the message as the action, but you might want to change that so it's an actual action. So you could, I don't know, take action on. It's not a very good action, but whatever the thing you need to do is, you can change the headline of your task. It's then going to have a link back to the message and the team right in the notes section, and you can create it in any bucket that you have created in To Do. So I've used To Do quite a lot, so I've got lots of different areas to put my tasks in. You can also make a planner task here. So the stuff in the top is tasks in To Do. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, those are going to be planner plans, where we can then add a task and then assign someone else to it. So we could add a task for someone else on their behalf. Priority and due date we can all set from here, and then we click add task. That's going to add it into either To Do or in planner, depending on which one we've selected. And if you use planner or To Do already, then that's going to be great and show up in To Do. Tasks by planner and To Do you can add in as a side app. If you don't have it there, you can click the three dot menu. If it's not in here, you can search for it and add it in. And then here we'll be able to see the task that we just added. Take action on the one we just added. If we click on that, look, it's got a link back to the Teams message. So if we click that, it's going to jump us straight back to the sort of the context. So it's keeping the context with the action, so we can always see where that action's come from and get back to it anytime. So that's great to use if you already use a to-do list like Microsoft To Do or Microsoft Planner. And last way that might be useful for you to find things in Teams is making sure that you're using the sync function of Teams files effectively. So if you're in a team and you work in a particular channel, come into the Files tab and you can click on Sync, and that's going to use OneDrive to sync the files. I'll just drag this up so you can see it from that whole channel into your Explorer or Finder if you're on a Mac. So this one's just saying confirm folder location, and then all that's going to do is then show up all those files in your File Explorer or Finder, so you don't have to come into Teams. And it might be that you're more used to seeing your files in Explorer or Finder than coming into Teams. And then even better than that, you can just filter down and sync a specific folder. So you don't have to sync a whole channel or a whole team. You can just sync a specific folder. And if that's the stuff that you work on, rather than coming in and going through team and channel and file and like a folder tree, you can just sync a specific folder, and that's going to show up in your Finder or Explorer window. Here it's on a Mac, so we have our locations at the side. So you've got my Hotmail OneDrive, my work OneDrive, and then any shared libraries. The only reason it's split is I've got one from a client's tenant and one from mine that I've synced. It's going to be very similar on a PC, although they might be in your My Documents you have to go through, or into your OneDrive, say. And here you can see everything in that channel, that because we synced it at the channel level. If we synced it at just this folder level, we'd just see that folder. And everywhere we've got a cloud icon means that it's not actually on our machine. We can just see that it's in Teams or in SharePoint or in the cloud somewhere. And when we open it, it's going to quickly download it, open it, and it's always going to stay in sync with the cloud version. So that's really useful, especially if you're working on the train or you need to go offline or going on a plane somewhere. You can sync the files down, work on them, and then when you get back online, they're going to sync back up to the cloud so everyone's got the latest version. If people have made some edits in the cloud version, and you made some edits offline and then try and sync it, it's going to ask you which ones you want to keep. So be mindful about using that. You might end up with a couple of versions whilst you're going through that process of seeing what's been changed. But with the version history and version control in Teams and SharePoint, you can always get back to anything, even if you've overwritten something someone else has done. You can still open both versions and then see which one you want to use. So those are some ways that you might be able to keep track of stuff in Teams once it starts being used quite a lot and there's stuff going on everywhere. Search is the main one that people usually miss because we're not used to searching for files, especially if we've come from an old on-premise shared days, or if you're the sort of person that likes to save all their emails into separate folders rather than using search in email. So hopefully that'll be useful for you to keep track of stuff. Okay, so we're going to have a look at a different way of scheduling our meetings. We can use channel meetings because there is some benefits to keeping everything in context, and a meeting is part of the context of what we're collaborating about. So it makes sense that we would have our meetings visible if we're working out in the open, that other people could see that we're meeting and join if they wanted to, or at least know that that meeting's going on and add stuff into the threaded conversation. We can keep things in context because we can have things in thread before, during and after the meeting, and all keep it all together in our channel, because the channel should be where we're doing our main bulk of work. So in that instance, it doesn't then make sense to have a separate meeting like we scheduled in the first phase of the training, where all the assets that we use, all the files we share, all the chats we're going to have end up in the chat bit of Teams and will eventually just drop off the bottom of our page. If we're meeting about something we're doing day-to-day work on and everyone's internal, it makes sense to keep all that context in the channel, because that's where we want to keep everything to do with what we're working on. So I put it in the advanced section because there are some nuances that make it slightly more complicated than it should be, potentially, but the benefits, I think, outweigh some of the negatives. So we'll go through how to do it first. So if we're in a channel, we can come up to meet. If we click that, that's going to meet now. We want to click the down arrow and do schedule a meeting. It's going to jump us out into the same meeting scheduling screen that we had in the first instance, but now it's added the channel for us. So it's got Modern Workplace Accelerator, Q&A. If we did it through calendar, we would pick a time, jump out to the same screen, and it doesn't add a channel there. So we then have to go and find the channel that we wanted to put that meeting in. So I'm going to do it in the testing team for YouTube, so I don't bother anyone else or confuse anyone, and all the same stuff we need to add in. So let's add channel meeting. You still need to add required attendees. Like I said, there's some nuances that make this a bit more complicated. So assuming you've got a new team set up and you've just started doing this, this should be fine. If you go back 4 or 5 years, depending on when you set the team up and when people would join the team, there were some bugs or different features that sent a Outlook calendar invite to people, even if you didn't add them into this box, but that should be okay now. But just know, if you've got some other issues going on where everybody in the whole team gets invited to the meeting, or guests get invited to the meeting when you haven't added them into this required attendees section, then report that as a bug to Microsoft, because that might be something that they can help you out with. But let's assume that everything's going to be fine. We'll add some people into that box. Usually, I'm just going to leave it blank for now. But if you did add someone in, it's going to send them an Outlook calendar invite. Again, bit of nuance. The calendar invite that they receive is going to be from you on behalf of the team. So it's coming from the team's calendar, not from your calendar. That people decline that meeting you won't know. It's going to come back into the team's calendar as a decline, not back to you, because you haven't scheduled the meeting. The team has scheduled the meeting and you're just scheduling it on behalf of the team. Location is always going to be a Teams meeting when we do it in Teams, like we said before, but you can add a meeting room if you want it to in there and put anything the meeting's about. So we'd recommend putting the agenda in there, at least any action points you want to get, what the purpose of the meeting is, all the usual stuff to have an effective meeting. So let's go ahead and send that one. If we jump back into Teams and go to the testing channel, we can see that we've scheduled a meeting. It's created a post for us. So rather than that being in chat, say that me and Bill were just having a meeting about something. Anyone else in the entire team could see that that meeting is going on. When we click on it, we can still get all the same assets we used to do. So we can see the chat, which is going to be the threaded chat, but just shown in a different way, all the details, scheduling assistant, attendance, and we can do any breakout rooms or anything, which we'll have a look at in a sec. When we join that meeting, put it on the second screen, which is why you can see the underneath of my chin, bizarrely. If we jump back into the channel view, when we're in that meeting, we get a nice big box showing everyone else that that meeting is going on, and that's going to appear at the bottom of the screen. So anyone else then could say, oh, actually, I wanted to be in that meeting. I didn't, and you might have not known they had something to contribute. You didn't know they needed to attend. If they're being polite, then they could type in the threaded chat and it'll pop up in your meeting. If they weren't, they could just click join themselves, so anyone can see this join button and jump into the meeting and say, hey, I knew this meeting was going on. You've got a really good agenda that I can see. I can see what the meeting's about because you put a good subject, and I want to join, and just pop in and say, oh, would you mind if I join, because I've got something to contribute. Similarly, every asset that we do, so if we did any chat in the meeting, I just tested the chat, it's going to appear as if we were meeting the other way that we did in the first bit of the training. But again, when we go back into the channel, it's all kept in the channel in the thread of this meeting, rather than it appearing in chat. Similarly, everything else that we do in the meeting is gonna go back into the channel. So if we shared any files to do with this meeting, again, just reminded me a little nuance about that one, it's still got the same UI as if you're meeting in a chat. So it says upload from my computer or pick from OneDrive. If we go back into the meeting thread, when we click the attach, we can then browse from teams and channels. So obviously that's what we want to do, because we just want to link files in rather than uploading from OneDrive or uploading from your computer back into the team. So that's just a little nuance that hopefully Microsoft fix at some point. But anything else that we put in the meeting will then appear in that thread. So we can start recording and start transcription. So then everything we say is going to be transcribed and therefore searchable, and that meeting recording is kept in the team. If me and Bill met through the Outlook or just one-to-one, then that meeting transcription wouldn't be available to everybody else in the team because it's siloed. Only me and Bill would be able to see it if we met the old way. Because we're meeting in the channel, it's saved back into the team's files, the meeting and the transcript, and so then that's searchable for everybody else. So if we stop recording and transcription, and then leave that meeting, so it says recording stopped and it's saving the recording. So once that recording is saved, that's going to go into the recordings folder in the files tab of the channel that we met. And like I say, when we looked at search before and saw that one of the recordings we had, it's found some text in there. When we do search now, that's going to search in this meeting because it's something that everyone can see. So let's go and look in files. It's set up a recordings folder for us, and we just had this channel meeting. It's got the today's date and some sort of unique reference, but all of that transcript will be searchable using the search bar. And if you search via SharePoint as well, anyone that's got access into this team, they'll be able to search all the transcript of what has been said, which is really handy to keep everything in context and all together. So those were the only nuances. So just some previous older bugs about people getting invited to the channel meeting when you might not have added them into the to box, the UI about attaching a file into the meeting chat compared to if you replied in thread to do with the meeting and then added a file and you could link it in. Last other downside is if someone declines, you can't see it, or it doesn't come back into your Outlook. So the way that you would see declines is you'd have to come in to the Teams view of that meeting, go to attendance, and then you could see what's showing you who's joined now, but that would show you who has accepted and declined ahead of the meeting. Those are only the sort of downsides about using a channel meeting. I like all of the upside of keeping everything in context, and hopefully that little demo has shown you how it might be useful for you to use channel meeting as well. And in the next training, we'll talk about what is the best way to present in a Teams meeting. Okay, so we're going to have a quick look at the best way to present in a meeting in Teams. The way you set up your PowerPoint is probably the opposite of the way that you set up your presentation if you're presenting in person, because in person you want everything saved locally on your machine. If you've got any videos in the presentation, you want those on your machine. And so the opposite is true when you're presenting in Teams. You want everything to be online because technically, and I'm not very technical, but in the background, it's easier for each person to sort of download, streaming from the cloud rather than go from your machine up to the cloud and back down to their machine, which sort of makes sense. So let's just have a dive in and see. So we'll use the same meeting that we set up in the last training if we just join that one. And so if you come in to share, that's where you can present anything you want to present. So you can include computer sound, you can share your screen. But again, if you're sharing your screen and then presenting like a PowerPoint slide, then that's going to go from your machine up to the cloud and back down to their machine. So apparently it's better to just have it online, which we'll show you in a sec. If you've got lots of builds in your presentation and you want those recorded in the meeting, when you use PowerPoint Live, which I'll show you in a sec, if you're recording the meeting at the time of recording this lesson, the builds don't record when you watch the meeting recording back, which is regrettable. So hopefully Microsoft fixed that at some point, but at the time of the recording, that is true, which is worth bearing in mind. So if we scroll down, so you can always share your screen, you can share a specific window so people don't see other stuff on your screen, and presenter mode is available when you're showing your screen or a window, which is just where your video ends up and your sort of head pokes up by like a reporter side by side, or you're in front of the stuff you're presenting. I don't find that particularly useful. Cameo is coming to PowerPoint soon. I don't have it to show you, but I can put that in the training when that's available. It might already be available now when you're watching this in a future lesson, which is where you, in your PowerPoint slides, you can make a section where your head or your video is going to pop up right in the slides, which is sort of like this presenter mode, but as you're designing the slides. So that's not available in general release for me to show you right now. So you can scroll down, click share, scroll down and select the PowerPoint Live that you want to show. So because we have opened this recently, it's top because I've just got it on my second screen to show you right now. You can browse OneDrive or browse your computer. So if you've got something that you want to present that's in the team, you probably need to open what's in the team quite near to when you're going to present, and then it should pop up as the most recent in your recent list there. If you click browse OneDrive, it's going to jump you just into your OneDrive, so there's no ability to go and find anything in the team using that. So the thing that Microsoft then have added is if we scroll over to, let me just get into PowerPoint. This is the Mac version, but in any version, they've now got a Present in Teams button. If it's not shown up there, you can go to Slideshow and Present in Teams, and that's going to do exactly what you think it's going to do. It's going to, in the meeting you're in, go and present that slide right into Teams. So if you've got something saved, it hasn't appeared in your recent list, or you're worried that it might not appear in your recent list, and you want to prepare ahead of the meeting, know that you've got that Present in Teams button. It's exactly the same on the web version. So this is the same presentation, just open in the Edge browser, and it's got this Present button here, and the drop down, you can present in Teams. So let's do it from the web. We're going to click Present in Teams, It says this site's trying to open Microsoft Teams. We can always allow open. And it says you're about to present, and it's presenting in our organization because we're in a channel meeting. So you can see in PowerPoint Live, we automatically get the presenter view. So everyone else is just going to see the slides because we're the ones doing PowerPoint Live and presenting. Then we can see the presenter view. So we get a different few things here. We can have content and stand out. So our head then appears above the slides, which is relatively new. We'll just have content only because our head's still going to appear at the side on everyone else's screen anyway. And if we click private view, that's stopping participants moving ahead or behind the slides themselves, which on their view, they would see a little thing next to what we're presenting and they can flip ahead on the slides because we're doing PowerPoint Live. So we can easily turn that off. When we're making the presentation, like I said before, if we've got any videos that we want to put into the presentation, if we're using PowerPoint Live, we want those videos to be in the cloud somewhere. So having YouTube video embedded in the PowerPoint, something like that, or a cloud version of our file, maybe using OneDrive, that's where we want to store the file so it's easy for then people to sort of download them directly from the cloud rather than having them on your computer embedded into the PowerPoint. It's then got to stream it sort of around the place. Apparently, I'm not an expert on network bandwidth or anything like that, but that's what I've heard direct from Microsoft, admittedly. So yeah, we should be having online videos in our presentation if most of the people joining the meeting are going to be online. Okay, so the last two options of how to meet, which seems like there are a plethora of ways to do a meeting in Teams, are webinars and live events. So we come into the calendar and we click on schedule a meeting. If you've got live events enabled, it'll pop up there. I haven't because I haven't got the right license, but it sort of came into favor and it seems like now there's less and less opportunities to use it. Live events used to be the way that you can have meetings with lots more people and more like a webinar, which gets confusing because Microsoft have now launched the webinar functionality and they've increased the number of people that can go into a normal meeting. But say you had a global company and you wanted your top CEO to do a presentation for the entire company, so like 20,000 people. Live events then is the way to do that. It's like the professional version of running like a webinar. So you can plug in, you need someone to run it. So that's why it gets a bit more professional. You see like two screens, you can switch between presenters, you can switch between content, and you can do that in Teams, but you can then also port that out into like professional workspaces or whatever professional meeting people use with like different cameras and professional cameras and having loads of feeds going all over the place. You can use Teams to do that. I didn't see the benefit of having to use Teams just to do that, because if you've got all those production people, they might have a different service that they want to use anyway, so forcing them through to use your Teams thing isn't really much benefit. We played around with live events in my corporate job and they are quite useful, but you end up having like a 20-second delay. So people asking questions, they've got a Q&A bit in live events where they can ask a question, but because of the 20-second delay, you need to be mindful of that when you're asking for questions, that even someone starts typing, it's going to be 20 seconds behind when you said I don't got any questions. So have a look at that online. I'll put up some things about if you want to use a live event. It's only for bigger organizations and is a bit more work. The webinar function that Microsoft have made is again a little bit bizarre. So if I was running something internally, I would just use a normal meeting and then use the meeting options to turn off people having the ability to add their camera, to unmute themselves, and so you can just unmute people that you want to co-present with and do sort of a webinar that way. This webinar is more useful if you want people to register for something. So internally, I guess that might be if HR are running some sessions, they just want people to be able to sign up for some training, and then they go through like a registration form and then get added to the meeting. You can run it externally and people can go to a webinar page, sign up and get all the meeting information. So it's going to look very similar when we do a webinar. I'll just take you through this. So let's do a webinar demo. Required presenters is me. Let's do it for, what's the time? Today at 11:30, which is right now as we're recording. We don't know any of that stuff. And then require registration for everybody. So this bit is just to schedule some time for the presenter. If you want your attendees to register for this webinar, send them the link to this registration form. You can customize the form to best suit your meeting so you can view the registration form. So don't add people that you want to come to the webinar in this box, because this is going to be who's going to present. So we review the registration form. So we can have a different title externally than internally. So we'll have webinar test. We'll just do the same one. Teams meeting, and we can add a speaker name and a speaker bio. And then this registration form is what they're going to fill in. And you can add some other fields. So you can capture their address, postcode, industry, whatever you want to add. It's just going to use forms to do that. We can have a preview of it in our browser. So let's go and open it with Edge. So this is a preview of your registration form. You don't need to register. So it's going to show you the event details and how to register in there. You can upload a banner image if we want to. We won't bother doing that. And if we save that, oh, it must be later than the current time. So let's do it at 12 till 12:30. Save. So we best change our invite to the presenters. So if we pop that open, then attendees must register customized registration form. Go to meeting options to allow presenters to share content. So let's change options in Edge. Who can present specific people, our meeting chats internally, and then it's also turned off allow mic, allow camera. So like I said, we could just do a normal meeting and turn those off anyway. So it's only really if you want people to have to register that you would do a webinar. So let's customize the registration form again. I think that's how we get the link, copy registration link, and let's just jump back into Edge and just check that that is the now live link that we need people to register for. Oh, because I'm signed in, it's got edit. So let's go into a private window, paste that link. So now I'm not logged in. That's how people would register there. Let's do Gavin Jones. I'll do my personal email, register now. It's sent a confirmation. And in our attendance, we can see how many people we've got registered there ahead of the meeting starting. When we start the meeting, it's going to be exactly the same as just a normal meeting. Only thing is that everyone that joins, apart from the people we've added as presenters, are going to be muted and have their video turned off, and they can't unmute themselves. If we wanted to unmute people, we could bring them in, I think, and click on them and unmute them, but that's the webinar functionality. Okay, so in this lesson, we're going to have a look at some of the engagement options you can use to bring your meeting to life a little bit if it's all virtual. First thing to note is that you can't do some of these things in a channel meeting. So it's currently quite frustrating. You've got different functionality between channel meetings and non-channel meetings. If you want to use most of the things I'm going to talk about today, apart from breakout rooms, which is available in a channel meeting, a lot of the other apps and things that you can add aren't available in a channel meeting. So just know that before we get started. So if we come and just add a new meeting, I'll just call it a test meeting. I'll add my other email and we hit send. Everything that we're going to go through in this lesson, you can do ahead of the meeting, which I would recommend because you don't want to be fumbling through the options as you run the meeting, but you can do it during the meeting as well if you just forgot or you want to do something ad hoc. So we'll just come back into the meeting, we'll just expand it, we don't need to edit. And here's where we get all of the stuff that we could add into a meeting. So we get a whiteboard added for us, we get meeting notes added for us. So we can set up that whiteboard however we want ahead of the meeting. We're going to go through whiteboard a lot, but just go in and have a play. There's lots of new templates that you can use now to sort of jazz up your meeting or get you started. Lots of sticky notes and things. So we'll just come in through and have a look at the templates, and look, there's just loads of stuff that they've added recently. So if you're doing brainstorming, I don't know if you know what some of these are, but brainwriting, mood board, topic brainstorm, If you're doing R&D, you can do an empathy map, a feedback grid, loads of funky stuff. Project planning, so you can do your daily stand-up there, and you just drag your template on, and whiteboard is sort of infinite zoom, so we can zoom all the way in and move some of our stickies around, and people can sort of co-edit that all at the same time. Draw with a pen and pencil if they've got that sort of device on the screen, if they've got like a normal Windows laptop, or jump out into the iPad app if you've got an iPad. So loads of stuff we can do with whiteboard. Breakout rooms, you need to come and create the breakout room. So again, you can either do this in the meeting, or probably best to do it ahead of time. Obviously, I've only invited one other person, but the process is the same. You come into your breakout rooms tab, click create rooms, tell Teams how many breakout rooms you need. So let's say 4. We can add all of those rooms. So we're going to create them for us in the background, and then we could assign participants up front, or we could just let it auto assign. So we can come and add new rooms at the top, or delete them with the 3 dots. And we can even do some settings for that room. So we get a similar sort of meeting options we would for the entire meeting, but then you can see this is just for room 3. So we can allow people to bypass the lobby, co-organisers who can present, whether we're going to record automatically, and allow meeting chat. So that picks it all up from whatever you set as the full meeting options, but you can change them if you wanted per room. And you can also come and edit the room name if you wanted to. So you can also click on breakout room settings, so you can assign presenters to manage rooms. So we can assign people that we put as presenter up front, could assign them to each room to sort of manage it. We can set a time limit of how long we want the breakout rooms to last for once we start them, and we can automatically move people to rooms, which would be good, and let people return to the main meeting, which why would you not let them come out of the room if they're finished early? You've got the option to turn that on or off. So other things we can do to make it jazz up our meeting a bit, we can add a tab, and then that tab is going to appear as an app in the meeting. So if we just join the meeting, the other way to do this is once you're live in the meeting, and it says add an app rather than add a tab. Obviously it's at the top of the pre-meeting screen, so it says add a tab, but it's really adding an app. And these are apps that you can add into your meeting. So we obviously want to set these up beforehand, so just leave the meeting and click this add a tab. So a couple of the ones that we're going to do are ones that Microsoft provide, but as you can see, there's lots of other apps and tabs that you can add into your meeting if you used a third-party provider. We're just going to keep all in Microsoft. So one of the main ones that you might want to use is Polls, which used to be called Forms because it's using the Forms app through Microsoft 365. But Polls is more appropriate to how it's used in Teams, so it's been renamed. And you just click the plus button, then the app you want to add, and then save. And that's going to add this little Polls tab. So whether you did this in the meeting or beforehand, you get this nice little suggestions reel of polls that you might want to do, which you can quickly add, which I think is quite useful. So one of the ones that you might want to do is just an icebreaker. How are you feeling today is a good one. If we click on that, we can then customize it, so we can change not only the options but the title. You can have multiple selections. You can record the names of respondents if you want, but for this sort of icebreaker thing, then probably not needed. And share aggregated results with the respondents is good, so when they vote, then they can see how everyone else is voted as well. So you can either launch it right now, but obviously we're not in the meeting, so we're going to save it as draft. And then so it's going to be in our bank of polls that we can then go and add into the meeting when we want to, and we'll just click on launch to do that. So you can add as many ones as you want. You can just create a brand new blank poll if you wanted to. So multiple choice, word cloud, or a quiz. And all the ones you add will just end up in your sort of view there. And we'll go into the meeting to have a look at that in a sec. The other good engagement tip is maybe having Q&A. I would usually do that just in the chat, but I'll show you the Q&A app in Teams. So you can allow attendees to ask you questions and respond to conversations. You can turn each of those off if you wanted, and you can allow organisers to moderate the conversations, which means that you need to allow them to be published before they appear to everybody else, which might be useful for a really large meeting or where you think you might have some tricky questions perhaps, or maybe inappropriate ones asked. So we can click save on that. That's going to add a Q&A tab to our meeting. And here's where we can see all the ones we've asked after the meeting, or you could, I guess, open up Q&A beforehand. So if we join the meeting now, I can show you all those. So rooms, obviously, you might be used to already. Here's where we've got our rooms set up that we did before the meeting. If we change the names, they would be done there. We can assign participants as they join. Obviously, I'm the only one in the meeting, so it's not allowing us to assign anyone because there's no one there to be assigned. But if we did have, we can automatically assign, or we can drag them into each room and create who's in each room. The polls tab is going to be up here for everybody, and only we can see this one because it's draft as an organizer. If we didn't do anything up front, you can click this little suggestions, and that's how we got all of our suggestions there. Obviously, we can click new poll and do a brand new poll whilst the meeting's running, although it's quite tricky unless you've got a co-presenter to do that for you. But obviously, we thought ahead and did this draft one up front, and we can either edit it if we forgot to do something, or we can launch it at the right time in the meeting. That's going to push it out to everybody else, and if they've got the polls tab sidebar thing on the right hand side open, they'll see this pop up. But obviously, as you've seen, they get a pop up in the middle of their screen now, and we can go and say, yeah, I'm feeling great today. And then that's going to update live, and it tells you what your response was, but it was also going to show the percentage of everyone else going on. So for all of these things, they're sort of acting live, and if you tick that show aggregate responses back to attendees, then that's what they're going to see. So you can always go back to it in the polls tab, but I guess once they X out of it, it's going to be removed from their view, which is good. And then the Q&A tab can be useful depending on how you're using it. Obviously, you've got to direct people to go to the Q&A tab rather than chat, and they might be used to that from Zoom because Zoom has got chat and Q&A separately. If we jump in the chat, we can see the chat has got our poll pop up in there. So if people had just got chat, then they would see that popping up. And I guess the thing with chat is we can ask a question. It's not sort of threaded chat, so it can get quite sort of messy about who's pinging, and I can't then reply to that one and keep it in thread, but I can reply and it sort of reposts the original question, a bit like a WhatsApp chat. So you can kind of keep things together in chat a bit more now. If you went to Q&A, you've got the ability to moderate the Q&A like we saw, and we've got the ability to do that in the meeting as well if we found out we need to do it. You can then either start a discussion or ask a question, so it's sort of flagging which you want to do. So let's type the same thing, ask a question. You've got some like formatting options which you might want to put in, which is different to chat. You can have an unordered list or an ordered list, and we're going to post our question in there, and it sort of flags it like a question. If anyone else has got the same question, they can sort of upvote it, or at least have a little emoji next to it, a bit like you can in the chat, and you can then like comment to that question. So obviously in the settings, we allowed attendees to respond to conversations and ask new questions. So anyone could then answer the question. If we turned that setting off, then only the moderators or the organisers could respond. So we'll post an answer back. You can see it's all sort of like kept in thread, a bit like threaded chat in Teams. So it might be a bit more useful. You can have emojis on the answer, and also then you can mark it as the best answer. So if you were sort of crowdsourcing the answers in the meeting with someone, the organisers could then come and mark that one as the best answer. So the only difference between the question and a discussion is just that it doesn't have like a little question box around it. So you get like a visual aid that these are questions rather than discussions. And obviously you need to have told people which one to do if you want to sort of keep it organised and all nice. But same stuff is comment on discussion, and you sort of comment on the answer. And then you don't have the ability to mark it as best answer because it's not an answer, it's just a discussion. So there's only a difference between questions and discussions. Those should be three of the most useful apps to get more engagement in your meeting as you go through a Teams meeting. Okay, so in this lesson, we're going to go through team structure general guidance. There's a whole nother course that goes through how to set up your whole infrastructure of Teams and get away from SharePoint sites. This is just a very cut down version of that, just to get you started. Obviously, there's a lot more depth you can go into thinking about the whole organization, and I don't want to confuse you in this course because this is Teams basics and you might already have stuff set up. But if you're starting from scratch or you think that there's stuff everywhere, which there might be, then hopefully this will give you an introduction about how you can start to make things a bit simpler potentially and get more benefit out from more people working together at one time. So before we start, I guess there's a general rule of thumb. People are most likely to overplan in general. When we're given a task, we like to overplan things. And therefore, when we think about teams and channels and files, we like to have too many teams and too many channels, and probably think up reasons to keep the status quo if you've already got lots of teams, especially if you're trying to get them to come out of the team that they've set up, because it's likely going to be working for them, but it's not going to be working for the whole organization potentially. So to remedy this, we need to get thinking about how can we reduce the number of teams we've got, because there's going to be benefit of having a smaller number of larger teams where more people have got serendipity of interaction and can see stuff that's going on. How can we consolidate channels if we've already got teams set up with lots of channels? And that might be one and the same thing. If we're consolidating teams, we then might end up with too many channels in one team. How can we consolidate those channels down? And if you've already got teams set up, go into them, see how often each team and channel is used and the amount of posts in there, because there's no need for a separate channel if threaded chat and that mentions you being used effectively. A lot of the time people set up channels and don't end up using them and think that you need a channel for files, which we don't. So 3 quick things: teams, channels, file structure. First thing we should be thinking is, why do I need more than one team for the entire organization? So the serendipity of large teams where people can see everything that's going on in the entire organization is really beneficial. It speeds up time to do decision making, allows people to opt in or opt out of as much information as they want. If you've got a bit of downtime, you can peek into someone's channel when you've hidden it and see what's going on. So even 250 people is fine as long as you've got the right channel structure in a team. The limits of having people in teams is now gone up, so it's either 1,000 or 10,000, which I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's a lot. So if you're a medium-sized company, we should definitely be thinking about one team. If you're a sort of global organization, we want to be thinking like, big departments or one country, or however you want to split it down, which I'll look at in a sec. So 250 people, 500 people, all together in one team. We should be thinking about needing another team in 2 key areas. 1, if privacy is needed, and 2, if external access is needed. When we jump into privacy, can you get away with a private channel? So the downside of private channel is that at the moment, which has been around for a while now, and Microsoft has still not fixed it, you can't use Planner or OneNote in a private channel. If you go into needing a separate team because the stuff that you're doing in private is quite big to manage in just one channel, and you need other channels to split that out, or you do need Planner and OneNote to do the work that you need to do in that private environment, then you're going to need a separate team, and you want to think about, well, how are we going to manage communications to that separate team? If we've got one large team and a few smaller separate teams split off, but everyone that's in the private ones or in the smaller teams is in the large team, at least we know that that's how we can manage communications to them in that large team. And we don't need to then bother about, sending messages across teams and things like that. I guess it only falls down where we end up with everybody siloed into smaller teams. So we want to think one large team first and only split out where we need privacy or external access, which is, I guess, the need for privacy anyway, because we don't want external people seeing some of the things we do internally, probably. And then why do we need more than one team or channel? I guess if you're finding that sharing across teams is needed right now, you might have overcomplicated your structure, or you've got a genuine privacy need where only a small group need to take information from one team to another as part of your business process. In every other circumstance, you might have overcomplicated your structure. Remember, not everyone's going to see every team or channel, so you want to try and think about the end user in mind. If they've got more than like 10 teams or channels to keep track of, we've probably overcomplicated it. It should be like less than 10 things that they see on their screen day to day, but they can go and jump into the other ones that they've hidden when they need to, or if they need to. And also consider how long a team or channel is likely going to be needed for. So you want to get some longevity of setup, otherwise it will result in losing things and permission issues, because things will get left and lost, and we just want to keep things together all in one little space. So think without current state constraints. So imagine you didn't have any existing document storage or any other communication solutions. You've only got Teams. That's the only thing you can use. How do you set up your organization just using Teams? Because when you set up a team, it sets up loads of other stuff in the background for you. We want to try and remove all of that complexity and just get the simplest thing we can to get the most benefits to do our job. Similarly, when you think about channels, start with only one channel and then add as things are needed. You don't want to think up this brilliant structure, set up the team and a million channels before anyone ever come into the team. You want to start with one channel with a small group of people and then only add another channel for these basic reasons. So we want to reduce the signal to noise ratio when we do channel at mentions. So maybe there's too many people in a channel. When we do a channel at mention, it's not relevant to those people and they can't then easily opt out of that at mention. The amount of simultaneous conversation threads that are already happening in a channel, so we can easily manage multiple threads going through a channel and not get overwhelmed just from the fact that the threads work quite well in Teams and if people are using at mentions effectively. But where there's just way too much stuff going on, you might then split stuff out into a different channel. Or if there's like difference in tabs needed by different groups of users to do their sort of main job, that's when you might want like a little area that they can go and just do their job and have the tabs there and all the conversations sorted. If you just need to segregate files, you don't need a separate channel. Don't have another channel just for files and then have a dead post section in the channel because it looks like nothing's going on there. And we want to match our channels and teams to the business process or general day job work. And also think about where people are going to hang out most often. So similarly, when we want thinking about different tabs needed, it's like where are the groups of people that most often work together? Let's have a place for them, a channel to do their work. Conversely, what might people want the option of not being notified about? So the easiest example is if we only had general and everything's going in general and everyone's getting pinged about every single thing that goes on, there's no way for them to opt out. We need some channels to split out to say people might not want to be in those channels. So say a stupid example is if you've got, I don't know, office admin stuff, so like the water cooler's being renovated today or the snack jars run out of stuff, we don't want to be putting that in the place that people are doing work. We maybe want a different channel so people can opt out of like, well, I don't care about that, I don't want to see. Lots of people will care about that and do want to see it, and we give them the option to either show or hide it rather than it being part of another sort of work related channel. And then how to think about file structure. So we should think about teams, channel and file structure all together. Files are never the reason to have a channel, as we've already said. If a channel already exists because of the collaboration and posts, then you should store your files in the channel that's closest to the value generation for your organization. So obviously you've got a choice about where to put your folders and files split across multiple channels potentially. We should just put them closest to the people that are likely to need it. So for a business that sells stuff, it's likely to be the product or the customer channels that would hold that information. So in this example, it might be like finance are producing a document that goes to sales for them to be able to sell stuff. We should store that file in the place that sales live, so in the sales channel, rather than the finance channel, and expect sales to come back and find it in the finance folder. Obviously, it's easier when we have teams because everything's linked through. But if you are the sales guy, it's just easier for you to go and explore the files tab in your own channel rather than think, oh, where was that thing that someone linked in ages ago and have to try and find it. Because obviously the point of the business is to sell stuff, not to create financial information, if that makes sense. So it should be closest to the value generation of your organization, whatever your organization does. If no channel exists, so because there's low or no collaboration to do with that subject, then we can just put the files to do with that subject in a subfolder in the general channel. So general channel Files tab should hold everything else, every other folder structure that doesn't live or doesn't naturally fit within a channel. So remember, we can still link to any post or file from any other channel to any other channel, and so the team's the only notion of permissions when we think about files. And also we can use SharePoint pages, wiki, or links in other documents to keep things together if we needed to. So we could have a wiki page in another channel that links back to some things in the general channel if we needed to. Say in that same example, we might have something in the sales channel. They need some financial information. Maybe finance don't talk about stuff enough, so they don't have their own channel. So the finance stuff saved in general. We could link back then in the sales channel wiki tab, for example, back into general so that they keep everything together. Or we could have a SharePoint page that's just for sales guys. So here's all the latest financial information with everything there and linked through. So think about Para, that's projects, areas, resources, and archive. So something that the project is going to finish. An area is something that continues, that you want to maintain a standard on, so that's going to be the majority of your work. Resources is anything that's not either of those two, but we want to refer back to. And archive is just anything old from any of the first three that we just want to get rid of. So we need to think about project areas, resource, and archive, both across channels, and then the folder structure within those channels as well. And once we've got our team structure sorted, we want to get all live files in Teams as quickly as possible. So we want to get all the benefits of working in the team. Obviously, people only work on a very small subset of files at any one point in time. Everything else is just digital clutter. So let's get all the stuff that we need to do our job in Teams and get the benefits more quickly, rather than just waiting and planning a big sort of IT migration. And then over time, we'll have all our new files in Teams, and at some point we say, well, do we want to keep those old files at all? We can just archive them somewhere, or do we want to store them in Teams because we might need to use them right now and do like a mini sort of migration. So the main thing is the adherence to the structure you come up with. Go for good enough rather than perfect. We don't want new files being generated outside of our new sort of structure, teams, channels, and files. So we want to try and shut down any old shared drives, SharePoint sites, and have all new stuff living in Teams. So that's a very quick whistle stop of all of the nuances that we could do to manage our teams, channels, and file structure. And like I say, if you want to know more about that, that is a larger course because it's more sort of enterprise-wide, and I'll link that in the comments below if that is of interest. If you've got any questions about it, happy to dive in the discussion or in the community if you're a member of that right now. Okay, so we've been speaking a bit about this as we've gone through the training, but at some point then it's worth actively and explicitly publishing what you expect people to do and what you expect them not to do. So in my corporate job, we came up with this Teams etiquette, which you may want to steal. This was published as a SharePoint news post, which has got a picture of. So that's why we've got like embedded video with Seth Godin talking about culture. And we also ran like a series, which this is referencing. So 2 posts, one about channel structure, about how that's sort of organized, where to put stuff, and also channel accountability. So who's looking after each channel, who's the person responsible for making sure other people's files get saved in the right place, that people are mentioning effectively. It's good to sort of delegate that once you get further through. Again, we talk about more of this and more how to keep your team's environment sustainable in terms of the culture and change management in our other courses, which I'll link below because they do get a lot more in depth than we have time to do in this Teams basic course. But for your information, which you then might choose to share, here's the etiquette that we used in my corporate job. Rules help control the fun, quote from Monica Geller from Friends. And we just came up with these 3 or 4, relatively simple rules that then had, some underlying principles underneath. So saying it's rude to whisper, so posting something either in the wrong place and or not allowing everyone to benefit from it costs us time, money, and well-being. So don't be the person that makes it difficult for other people to find things. So ways to avoid doing that is you're mentioning someone in every single post or the channel. We're posting in the right channel based on the topic, and that goes back into the sort of channel structure. Then we want to minimize private group chats and internal email by keeping everything in the team. Second thing, it's rude to shout, so we need the balance of notifying the right people to be inclusive without bombarding everybody else. So ways you can help is avoid posting in or @mentioning general unless it genuinely might be of interest to everybody else. @mention multiple other sub-channels rather than using general, and avoid re-editing and editing posts, because if the post already contains that mention, when you edit it and hit save, it re-pings everybody with that mention, so you get multiple notifications about the same thing. And then don't be messy, so there's a lot of stuff and it can be hard to find things, even with all of the structure that we've put in. Search is obviously easier, but sometimes, our clutter is just people generated and nothing to do with technology. We just need to think about, be more mindful about where we're storing things. So again, 3 ways people can help: put things in the right place, click reply when replying rather than starting a new post, think reader-centric, so make it easy for them and not for you. So that's the stuff we said before, putting a title on every new thread, linking files properly, which we'll go into in a sec in this course, and sharing updates and news in the most engaging way. So choosing the right medium, whether to use a news post or a Teams post or a video. And then also, it's rude to moan. So don't moan if you're not prepared to do anything about it. We need to have some way of gathering feedback. So we have some feedback surveys that we could use using forms and put that into our team. We could have some champions and then direct people to go to the champion, or just go back to the training that we've developed, and you could direct people to this training course, or you could go and develop your own internal training. So just a very quick whistle stop through about how you might think about making teams a bit more sustainable in your organization, because obviously this course is focused on just to get you up to speed, but unless everyone else is working the same way, you're not going to get all the benefits out of your team's experience. Okay, so co-authoring files is one of the benefits of modern SharePoint, which is what you get set up when you set up a team. And a lot of people don't get the benefits of that until they move to Teams, because they might have had an old SharePoint site that's been locked out, or they've had a shared drive where only one person can open a file at a time. So being able to co-author documents in near real time is one of the benefits of moving all your files onto Teams, as well as just being able to share links and stuff and collaborate with people. So when I say co-authoring, the best example is here in Excel, where I've got the web version of Excel on the left-hand side of my screen and the desktop app of Excel on the right-hand side of my screen. The file is the same file, so imagine these are 2 different people, and wherever the left-hand person clicks, the right-hand person can see, well, it's the initials of the other person that's editing the document at the same time, where their cursor is, as well as if we type something in, you can see something's being typed, so the 3 dots moving around there, and then as soon as we enter, it's sort of live in our other screen. So it doesn't matter that this is the same computer, because that change is going up to the cloud and back down. So it is as quick if you're working with someone else as it is for me just doing a little test on the screen. That's what I mean by co-authoring. Microsoft have now got some cool ways to keep up to date of what's going on. So one, if it was another external person, as well as seeing their cursor, you would see their little head icon up here somewhere, so you know who else is in the document at the same time. Also on the web versions, got this little catch up button. So that's if you've been out of the document, someone else has made some changes and you don't know what they are, you can then see some activity to catch up on. So it says relevant changes made since you last opened the file will show up there. Last bit I just wanted to go through before we jump back into Teams is the ability to see all the version history. So people get freaked out, there's all, I don't want to do co-authoring because people might change my file. As long as it's saved on Teams or on the new SharePoint, if you click the little button where the name of the file is, whether it's the desktop app or on the web, you get this little version history button. And when we click that, well, we haven't made any changes, we've just made this file for the purpose of this video, you can see all the times that we made a change to that file. We can jump back into the original, which we started a blank document, so it shows us blank. We can either save a copy or restore it. And even if we restored it, it restores it as the latest version. So even that's non-destructive. We can always go back to whatever we had before, but that would promote that existing version, to the current version, we'll still be able to see all of the other versions as well. So don't worry about losing any of your stuff. You can see anytime that any change has been made by anybody in your organization. So as well as being able to sort of live edit files, every Office app has now got this new sort of commenting functionality. Again, whether it's desktop app or web, wherever you want to put a comment in Excel or PowerPoint or Word, we can add a comment and we can mention other people in our comments, which is useful, but given that the file lives in Teams, you might think that's going to mention them in Teams, which it doesn't. You can also assign a task straight from there now as well, which is new. So we'd think that would pop up in Teams. It doesn't. It sends you an email, which is why it's useful to get all of your internal collaboration out of email and into Teams. That frees up emails to be external and notifications. So that's going to show up in Outlook, bizarrely, which is slightly more complicated, but it does keep all of your comments together in that one file. So if you're collaborating on a file, that's one way that you can use comments to keep track of what's been changed or mention people in the comment. If we open that document directly in Teams, we still get basically the web version of that app. We can always open a desktop app. We get everything. We can see all of the other people that are collaborating. So I'm collaborating now 3 times on the same file. We get the same catch up and we get the same version history, all straight within Teams. When we think about doing comments, that's still in Teams as well. And like I say, you can mention, and even when we're mentioning in Teams as a comment in an Office file, that's not going to do anything in the channel. If we'd have pinned that file as a tab, which we've just done off screen, you then also have the ability to chat alongside the tab, which you can do alongside any tab. But then it's quite similar to doing a comment, which people might get confused about. I don't want you to get confused about it. Is then you're commenting about a tab, which happens to be a file. So then you can do an @mention, which I can't mention myself, and that is posting into the team. You can just see it's opened up like a Teams thread to do with that tab, and then we're having a conversation about that tab. If we shut that down, we've still got the commenting ability inside the Office app that's doing @mentions as well, but not going into the team. So a nuance to be aware of both yourself and as you're training other people. But hopefully that sort of co-authoring ability is going to be really beneficial to speeding up how you get work done in your organization. And there's just that little nuance about whether to use a comment or a thread to manage the collaboration around that file. Obviously, here's one we posted before, and you can have a threaded conversation with an attachment in that isn't going to be held in the file because only comments are held in the file, and we have a reply and a conversation going on about that document, not in the document itself, but in the Teams conversational thread. So you guys need to agree internally how you're going to manage whether we want people to put comments on or comment beneath. You can just add that into the message as you post the link of the file, or just have a generally agreed ways of working yourselves. So I just want to go through some of the nuances about how to share links within Teams. So the best way is to use the paperclip icon in a channel, and when we click attach, it's going to say we want OneDrive, any other storage we've added in our files tab, or upload from my computer. Ideally, we would be starting our files from within Teams, and therefore we should be using recent or browse Teams and channels. We shouldn't really be working offline on our computer. That's the worst way, because if anything fails, it's going to be lost. We might put stuff in a OneDrive first, but then when we upload it from OneDrive into the team, we're going to create duplicates of our files. So ideally, we want to start new files in Teams, and therefore the file would already be in Teams. We can browse Teams and channels, and then go and pick the file we want. So we're going to choose this collaboration file that we started in the next lesson. And again, bizarrely, it says upload a copy or share a link. We don't want to upload a copy because we're going to make another copy of that file that's already in Teams. We want to share a link. So I'm not sure why the user interface says that. Bear in mind, we can always go up the tree, so we can go into any other channel and pick files from wherever we want in the team. We can also go into other teams now and pick files from there. And that's where we can now share a link to another team, but there are some nuances about opening up permissions to other places. So let me just go through the simplest bit first, which is if we go back into our existing channel and we share this collaboration file and we say share a link, it's going to put a nice little block of stuff there. If we went through our best practice and added a heading and at mention, please fill in the spreadsheet below. When we post it, it's going to have the heading, the text, and if we had text that was too long, that would overflow and you'd still be able to see that there's a file attached. So you can see everything very clearly, that there's a file, there's a heading, what it's about, and everything's there. And then when we reply, we know exactly what we're talking about. The replies never go over that there's a file attached. So that's the best way to link a file when we want to collaborate in Teams. You might find, and this was a problem previously in Teams, which now has been made a bit better, that people go and they're already working on a file, or they go to the Files tab and think it's a bit like SharePoint, go and grab that text link from within the Files tab in Teams. This has got a lot better. So you used to have to say whether it's a Teams link or a SharePoint link, and the permissions, there was no way to change. So it's kind of better, but a bit more complicated as well. So with power comes responsibility, I guess. You can now like copy the link, and depending on what your IT function has set your permissions as to be able to share that link, you can set it to people within Meet Unlimited, people with existing access, specific people, and share it externally. I wouldn't recommend doing that from a team or SharePoint site, because you're permanently opening up the permissions. No one else in the team knows that that file has been opened up to anyone else outside the team. So let's say people with existing access and apply, we then copy the link and we go and post it back into the team. That used to just create like a big long text link, but as you can see when I pasted it in, it quickly shrunk it down and gave us the little file icon again as well, which kind of looks the same, but it doesn't say where it's saved. So at least this one says it's saved in this channel, so we can see whether we shared a file from another channel or not. This one just says people with existing access can use the link. Because we post it in the team, we also get another option, say only testing team for YouTube can see this file, which you might think is the same thing. You can allow editing, so at the moment this text link is only view access, but anyone, the file is in the team, so anyone in the team can edit it anyway. And we've got the ability to block download, so it's like the general sharing link settings that Microsoft use across everywhere, and it's now in Teams, and sometimes the context you use it in doesn't make sense, because whether we tick allow editing or not, everyone will be able to edit it. I think whether we tick block download or not, everyone will be able to download it, because it's the file's already got that access to anyone in the team anyway, because it's already shared in the team. So people used to post text links. It didn't used to do this bit for you, and then you end up with like a massive long link. It looked not very nice. And then if you put some text about it and put a text link in, you couldn't see there was a file attached. So at least that's sort of fixed now. Just going through some of the other nuances about linking then. So one is the now permissions thing. If we upload a copy, you can see it doesn't really do anything. It just created an error on my second screen when we did that, so that shouldn't really be there. I don't know why that's there. And if we go and pick something from OneDrive, again, let's just choose a random screen recording. And if we did upload a copy, that would create two versions. If we share a link, we're now going to get the same permissions thing that we had before, which now makes a bit more sense, because at least it was in our OneDrive, and now we do need to open up our permissions. So in that instance, that's quite useful. But again, we can say then everyone in the team now and in the future, whoever's a member of the team that gets added can see that file. The file still lives in our OneDrive. So if we leave the organization, that file is going to disappear. So we don't really want people to work that way. We want them to put the file into the team. Similarly, as we started to have a look at, you can now share files across teams, which then also is quite dangerous. So if we come back up and choose our Modern Workplace Accelerator Q&A and say we want this PDF to share. We'll share a link. That's then across the Modern Workplace Accelerator team and the testing team for YouTube. And again, we can say, well, only people in testing teams for YouTube can see that link that we've posted. Here, the allow editing and block download will work, but no one knows when we post that. No one in this team is going to know that people in this team don't know that they've got access. So no one in the Modern Workplace Accelerator team, there's no flag, there's nothing on the file that says that that file has been shared to another team. If we jumped out into SharePoint and had a look at the information, we can then see who's got access. So there's 2 links giving access at the moment. People in MeTime link, me and the link can see. People who specify can view, which is all testing team for YouTube members. No one's going to do that as part of their normal day job. It's obviously there's no flag or anything just on the front of it. You need to go and see who's got access, and most people aren't going to do that. So they're going to be carry on working on that file in the correct assumption that only people in that team can see any change in that file. If someone's gone and shared that with another internal team, or maybe you've got your IT have got open settings, so they shared it with a customer, no one else in the team knows that that's been opened up and the permissions have changed from default. So this new way of sharing files can be problematic. There might be some use cases where it's useful, but for general use, I would say store the file in the team. Obviously, if you've just got one team and you've been through the sort of structure lesson we had a couple of lessons ago, there should be one main team anyway. Everyone's got access to the file already, and you can just do browse teams and channels and find the right file. Everything else comes with some sort of nuance about whether you're creating 2 versions, whether you're opening up permissions without other people realizing, and stuff like that. Last thing on linking files is just to know that if you link a file in chat, the only options you get in chat are to upload a file or to link from your OneDrive. Whichever one you do, any file that you share in chat lives in the person's OneDrive who shared it. And so again, if they leave or forget that they've shared it and there's permissions opened up and they don't realize, that can be sometimes problematic. So best to use the Teams and Channels bit of Teams to do all your collaboration on files, chat only for things that are sort of private, that you don't want to bother setting up a private thing for, and therefore is unlikely to have a file associated with it. Good example of when you might use a chat is for like one-to-ones with your boss. So I've got my one-to-one form in my OneDrive already. I'm just sharing a link only with my boss, and I know that he's got it, and I want him to be able to edit and comment and things. So it can be useful, but just if people usually tend to overuse group chat and then stick files into Collaborate, it's like, well, then you're going to get into some issues if that person leaves, you forget you've opened up the permissions, other people need to see it, or it's part of an existing team, and then actually it's still now the live sort of documents in your OneDrive. If you ever then wanted to post it in the team, then you'd create 2 versions. Or open up permissions more in your OneDrive, and have the same issues about leaving and stuff. So lots of nuances about sharing files in Teams, but just keep it simple. Paperclip, browse team channels, everything should be fine. So in this lesson, we're just going to go through some of the intricacies of adding extra file storage into Teams. And what I mean by that is pointing to a different location where your files are saved. So I would always advise against this in as much as possible. So if we think about a normal person doing a normal job, they don't care about the intricacies that we're about to talk about, but they just want to get their job done. And the easiest way for them to do that is to follow the guidance that we've already been through in the previous lessons, where we want all of our files living in Teams, sort of natively in channels, so everyone can see everything that they need to see. What I'm going to go through now, sometimes you might need to have something that's private. You might already have a separate SharePoint site and you want to link to it. Again, if it's just a normal SharePoint site, I would just recommend migrating everything over to Teams. But say you've already got some privacy and it's a subset of files that you want private, then this might help. And it's just useful for you to know what's available so that you can make the best decision for you and your organization. So the first way we're going to do, I think, is the best if you need to link to another SharePoint site. So if you come into a channel and in the Files tab, it might appear on your screen if you've got a better view, or if you click the three dots and click Add Cloud Storage. So your IT department might have turned off the ability to add any other third-party storage, which I would recommend because we want everything sort of living in the Microsoft ecosystem at least, ideally in Teams. But here we can pick another SharePoint site, and that could be another team even, because every time we set up a team, it sets up a SharePoint site for us. So it's suggesting ones that we might want to add from stuff we've already used, or we can just go and grab the URL from that SharePoint site and add it in there if it's not popping up in the relevant sites. But say we wanted to add a direct link to the private channel that we've got, or to another team. That's going to put a link in, which I'll show you, but we need to remember that only people that have got access to that are going to have access to the link that we're going to put in. So it doesn't open up the permissions or anything, it just adds a link. So it's a good way for you to still keep privacy and maybe share that in a better way, potentially, but it does get a bit confusing for normal people just using the team. So say we'll link in our MeTime Limited team. Actually, I'll pick the Modern Workplace Accelerator because I know it's got some files in there. Click Next, and it says, well, which document library do you want to add? Because we could have multiple document libraries within a SharePoint site. So we're going to pick Documents. And that's all we need to do. It links the entire document library. You can't link back to a certain folder or anything. It's just going to go to the sort of top level of that document library in a SharePoint site. So we'll click Add Folder. And then that adds us another little folder with a link on it. And then whenever we click that, we're going to see all of the files as if we were in this team. So we can see we've got all the channels that match these channels, and we can drill down and go through and see everything that we would see as if we went through this team and these channels and these files. But now we can get to it more easily from the testing location. So say that wasn't another team, it might be another SharePoint site, and so it's easy to bring our documents from SharePoint into Teams in that way, and which might get you through until you do a migration, or you might keep all your old stuff in SharePoint and not bother migrating it. So that's a nice way you can get back to stuff. I'm just going to show you the other way, and we'll link a different site just to show you why I think this one is the best way. The other way is you can add a tab that's a SharePoint document library. So we come and add a tab, pick the document library one, and again you get the same pop-up. So we're going to pick MeTime Limited just as a separate site to be different from the one we just added. Again, we pick which document library we want. We've only got one, and we get to name this tab. So we'll call it MeTime Limited Documents. Save. Instead of having that linked through to the Files tab, it's then linked in its own separate tab, which I'm not sure why that is useful, to be honest. I always think it's better to have that into the Files tab. You still can't navigate directly to a certain folder, so you couldn't like say, well, I want to link enrollment as the tab. It's still the top level of those files. Again, if we expand that, we've got the same, matches the channel folders. But the reason I think it's better to link it through the Files tab is if we come into Posts and do New Conversation and to do Browse Teams and Channels, you can see straight away, because we're in this testing channel and it shows you the files from there, it's got the link back to that SharePoint site that we added in the Files tab right there for us to click on, and we can then go and put something in, put a link in from anywhere in that other team. So when we share a link there, it's going to have linked back to what we had before. So when we post the link there, that is opening access for other people, and obviously we need to be quite mindful that people in the other team won't know that we've opened up permissions to other people outside the team. So we can still say we just want people with existing access, so that's going to keep the permissions the same, and then only people that have got access to that team in this example will have access to view that file, and it gives us a little warning there saying, which is relatively new, one or more people will need your permission to view this file. So if they click it, then they might be able to request permission, but they won't be able to have access to it straight away. If people navigate through the Files tab only people that have got access would be able to go and see stuff from here. But if I wanted something from the tab that we just added to share and attach and do browse teams and channels, say, there's no way for us to see the SharePoint site that we linked into a tab. So even though we're in the testing channel and we put the tab in the testing channel, there's no way for us to see that SharePoint site. So the only way for us to share stuff from a tab that we added is to go to the tab. We've got a lot of stuff in this testing one. Find the file that we want to share. I'm not sure this one has any files in actually, but say we want to share the folder. Imagine this was a file. Click more options and copy link. And then we have to go through the rigmarole of, copying the link, copy that, then go back to our posts, then go to the new organization and then post the link in. And that's similar to, I guess, what I said about posting links before. And this one hasn't resolved for us into even saying which permissions we want to open up or anything. So it's just going to look like a big long string of text. And, we could come through and click on that and click on the link icon and change the text to display and to make it tidy up a little bit. But we still don't have any of that nice, it doesn't look like it's going to look like a box for an attachment. So if we had like a big long message and this was down here, when we posted it, it would sort of shrink, and most people that came in, most people that came in would see that, wouldn't know there was an attachment there even. So if you need to work on files across different sites, that's one way of doing it. Again, if you end up doing that, you might have overcomplicated your team structure and might be worth thinking about it a bit more. Or there might be genuine reasons why you need to have that segregation in files, and sometimes that's a nice way to at least make it easy for the people that need to share files across sites to do that. Okay, so while we're in files, this is just a quick lesson to tell you how to change the default opening behavior of using files in Teams. So if you didn't do anything, the default is just that when you click a file on any link, wherever, if it's in posts or files or wherever, it's going to open it to edit in Teams, and it actually opens the online version of the app in Teams. So it's going to be the same as opening it in a browser, but it just opens it directly within Teams. So it's going to look something like this, where the file opens in Teams and you can edit it straight from there. And it might be quicker to do some quick edits right in Teams without opening anything else. And we've always got the ability to open in desktop app. Where we're working with like a lot of large files or things in Excel, particularly that aren't available on the web, then we might want to just have that always open in the desktop app. So the easiest way is just when you're about to open a file, click the three dots, go to open, and if you just want it one time, you can choose to open in the desktop app or in the browser or wherever you want, or you can change the default. That's going to give you a pop-up and say, well, which one do you want to open? Teams, the desktop app, or the browser? I like always opening the desktop app, so I've already changed mine, but the default, if you haven't changed anything, would be Teams. The other way to do that, if you don't want to go through files, is come up to the three dots, settings, and go to files, and then there's a simple drop down similar to say which one do you want to open in. Whichever one you want is personal preference. I'm not sure at the time of recording that there's a way for the IT department to force everyone to change the way that they do it or have like a global setting, but each user can choose how they want their own experience to behave when they click the file, whether it opens in Teams, the browser, or the desktop app. Okay, so in this lesson we're going to talk about using tags effectively. So if you don't know what a tag is, it's effectively a group of people that you can then use as an at mention. So I think Microsoft have now got an automatic tag for team owners, so anyone could do at team owners and then all the team owners would get notified. You can add your own ones in. How we get to manage tags, if click on three dots next to the team and do manage tags, it's going to jump us into the team settings and then to the tags tab in there. So as you can see, we've set up a tag already called test. There's only me in it because there's only me in this tenant. And if we wanted to create another tag, we would click create tag, call the tag a name, so like senior managers. you can have a tag description, let people know what it's about, and then start typing people's names to add them in to that tag. So you can see now we've got 2 tags. I am in both of them. So in the test tag, I'm in there, and I'm also in the senior manager tag. So they're not exclusive. You can be a member of multiple tags at one time. I guess the main thing that you want to avoid from using tags, because a lot of people think it's the cure to all of their pain in Teams, and it's not usually, because it sometimes makes things more confusing, is that you want to avoid having a tag that directly or very closely overlaps a channel. So where you cut across the organization or cut across channels, tags can be quite useful, because then rather than mentioning multiple channels, you can just mention one tag and it's going to cut across a lot of these, or at least a subset of people that would be in those channels. Great example is if we didn't have a channel for senior managers, they only worked in these channels, having a tag for senior managers then would be great, because wherever we need to put something in testing and say, right, this is now applicable to all senior managers, the context is about testing, the conversation is about testing, but we would now want to notify all the senior managers to come into the testing channel. That's a great use of having a senior manager's tag. If we had a separate channel already for senior managers, even in that same scenario, we wouldn't need a tag for senior managers, because if they're a senior manager, we would expect them to not have hidden the senior manager's channel, and therefore in the same scenario in testing, we could just do @senior manager's channel, all the senior managers will still get notified, and therefore we don't need a senior manager's tag. So what's the downside of having both? Well, anyone can opt in or opt out themselves of seeing that channel. Not the same with tags. The channel owner or the members, depending on how Microsoft has set the settings and how you've changed the settings, you'd have to, well, someone has to come in and manage those tags. So if someone got promoted, you'd have to have some sort of process that adds them into the senior manager's tag. If you had, we used to have one for all the national account managers. So we had a channel for each customer they're working on, but sometimes we just wanted to say, right, every a certain level of the organization. So for all account managers, no matter what customer they're working on, we want to put a communication out to them. So having a tag for that, really effective, because it's cutting across that. We don't have a channel for all national account managers because we don't work that way. They work on specific customer accounts. So that example, really useful to have a tag, but then obviously we need to maintain that. So there's a bit of overhead. So you need to balance out, is the overhead of keeping that up to date and taking national account managers out if they get promoted or move to a different department and adding them in when they start, is that worth the hassle of having the tag? And in certain circumstances it is. Where it overlaps another channel, it probably isn't. Other way to manage tags is if you come into members, you can then see how many tags someone's got. So when you're adding someone into the team, you can then see them, they might be at the top of the list, and then you can just come and assign them the right tags when they're starting. So it's not a massive burden, but it is a burden that you need to be aware of. Can help your notifications that mentions. If you're using the wrong way, could hinder them. What I see a lot of people doing is setting up tags that directly correlate with all of the channels and even the same name. So then people are doing @mentions, they're not sure if it's @mentioning the channel or @mentioning the tag. And if you then get confused with, like, I've shown the channel, I'm not getting the notifications, it's like, well, then someone hasn't added into the tag. It gets quite confusing. So just be mindful of that when you're using tags. Hi, so in this lesson, we're going to go over wiki basics. And I guess the first thing you might be thinking of if you're not very technical is, what is a wiki? So wiki has been used in like computer science or on the internet for quite a while. Wikipedia is a wiki, and I guess it's just the notion of multiple people updating the same sort of knowledge base. And wiki in Teams is slightly odd because it doesn't really work like a wiki that technical people like or people want. And also it then confuses sort of normal people doing a normal job because they've probably never heard of what a wiki is. So if you're more on the latter side, then you can just think of wiki as like a digital notepad. So if you used OneNote before, It's like a cut down version of OneNote. If you've never used OneNote and you don't know what I'm talking about, then we're going to go over OneNote in the next lesson anyway. But know that this wiki can be thought about as a digital notepad, but it's not as fully featured as OneNote. What it does lack in finesse, it sort of gains in integration with Teams, which I'll show you a bit of right now. So wikis set up as a tab in every new channel by default, unless your IT department have turned off that ability when you set up a new channel. If you don't see a wiki channel there, it's just the same as adding any other tab. Click the plus icon and go and find wiki somewhere. So you can have more than one wiki tab in a channel. I can't see it right. Oh, I can see it's right at the top. But if you can't see it, it's just type it in. It's going to filter down, and you can then just add another wiki tab if you wanted to. So every wiki is arranged in pages and then sections of a page. You can see we can add a new page right down the bottom, and as many pages as we want. The default view might be that people can't see that there's more than one page, so you might have to go and tell them that you click on these little 3 lines, and then you can see the whole of whatever's available in your wiki. And same with sections, so you can add a new section, as many as you want to get whatever you need done. So maybe we want to call this notes, and this one's meeting today, meeting last week, whatever you want to call those sections. And then when you click in the section, you can see it's got a little purple line, which means we're the ones that's editing that section. Unlike some of the other Office apps we talked about co-authoring, Wiki doesn't really have that, because when I click on this section, I've locked out that section. Only I can edit it. If someone else clicked on this section, they could edit that one right now. But if they clicked on this one, they wouldn't be able to edit it because I'm in it. And only when I click out of that section, the purple line's not there, then that's now freed up for someone else to come and edit. So as you see, when we click in, we get the usual header bar of everything that we could add in. So we can have bold, italic, underlined. We can have different headings, or heading 2, heading 3, to sort of, like a rich text editor to fill out our content in whatever goes into our notes. More usefully, or more interestingly, we can insert links, and so that's kind of how I like to use Wiki to get the most out of it and make it useful as like a storage of discovery that someone could go and find other things just from looking at the Wiki. So for example, we might have a Wiki page that is signposting what's going on in the team. So we might have this in the general channel and say, look, we've got all these channels, here's what they're for. So we've got general for anything applicable to the whole team. So we've got testing channel for anyone working on testing. And because we can put links in Wiki, we could go and grab a link to general, copy that, and go and stick it as a link in our Wiki. Same for testing. Get a link to channel, copy, and then that Wiki is then sort of signposting what the channels are for, and then we've got a link directly to them. So if we clicked on general, it jumps us in to general, which might be quite handy. Other use for Wiki is keeping track of files. I guess if you think about posts as quite ephemeral, like they're going to disappear off the top of the page at some point, Wiki then can be thought about keeping things that are a bit more permanent. So like meeting notes probably aren't best as a post or reply to a meeting that we had. Probably best to record your meeting notes in Wiki because they're a bit more permanent. So the way we used to use Wiki in my corporate job was actually to run some quite large meetings and take time away from people generating PowerPoint files and just link directly to the source file. So if someone had made like a graph in Excel, rather than them copying and pasting that graph into PowerPoint just so we could go through that in the meeting, we just use Wiki, one, to have the agenda of the meeting so we could run through the right stuff, and two, for each agenda item, just link the source files about which ones we need to go and see that content and make a decision on whatever we need to make a decision on. And then also keep the actions in Wiki. So we might use Planner, which we're going to go through briefly in a future lesson. If we have made a Planner action, we can link that back through into the Wiki. I think that in general, we only want to be touching things once to sort of save time. Actions, I am a big believer in making it as easy for someone to find the action they've got as possible. So if that means duplication of effort to make sure people are doing the action, it's usually time saved from chasing them up when they don't know they need to do it. So I am a big believer in sort of duplicating effort on actions. So let's just do a little simple table about to show you what we used to do for running our meetings. So we might have agenda, timing, linked file, notes maybe about that section, or any notes we made in the meeting, and then maybe a link to action. So we could have agenda intro, and then the next agenda items make decision on project X or whatever the agenda is. So say we're starting that at 10 o'clock, and then we just need 10 minutes for that one. So make a decision, start at 10:10. Obviously we'd fill that out to have multiple agendas. We just have a 10-minute meeting. And so for this one, to make the decision on project X, we need to go through some information. So here's where we might say, well, we need this collaboration file. We'll copy the link. We'll say people with existing access, so we're not opening up a link with access to people we don't know if that's going to go outside the team or anything. So we'll keep the permissions the same, and we're going to go and paste that into our linked file. If we just paste it in, it's going to look big and horrible. If we do Control or Command K, that's the universal shortcut to inserting a link. If you didn't know how to do that, we'll just click the link button at the top. So we can name the link whatever we think is appropriate and paste our link in there. And then we know that when we come onto the agenda to make a decision about project X, we're going to need that file, so we can just click on it and it's going to open for us. Once we're in the meeting, we can take any notes we need about that decision right there. And if there were any actions coming out, we could say, I don't know, Paul to inform CEO, say there'll be an action coming out. And we could just leave it like that if you just wanted to put the actions into Wiki. But is Paul ever going to remember to do that? We might want to link that to a Planner action. And we're going to go through Planner in a future lesson, but if I just jump into Planner, we'll go through the benefits of the other next time. But Paul to inform CEO, we can assign it to Paul. Obviously, I don't have Paul in my tenant. I just came up with Paul randomly. So we'll just pick myself, and we'll give a couple of weeks. We can go and grab a link from that task, copy link to task, and then go and stick that in our wiki so that everything's sort of linked together. So wherever someone's seeing that action, whether they go to Planner, they can see it right there. If they're coming to Wiki and get a little context about it, then we can just jump, if we just come out the editing mode. So we get rid of that purple line. When we click that, it's going to open Planner and jump us straight into the action. If we wanted to do, make it circular so people understood the context of that action, if they went straight to it, then we could obviously copy the description about what that action was about, which would be great. We can also add another link as an attachment. So if I jump back to Wiki, in Wiki, one of the benefits of Wiki versus OneNote is that everything's in sections and you can link directly to a section, which you can't do in OneNote. You can only link to a page. So we'll copy the link of that section. We will jump back into our action, and we'll add an attachment that's a link to a URL, and we'll paste the link back to Wiki so that we know that and we don't need to show it on the card, but you can jump back to that wiki, and we're going to go straight to that section. So everything's sort of linked through to keep all the context in, and that's most of the benefit of using wiki, because it's more tightly integrated into Teams, as in that you can just link to a section. The other thing that's integrated to Teams is you can have a conversation just about a section. So if there's something we needed to collaborate on, that we want to start a thread post about, then we can say, like at Paul, though there's no Paul in our tenant, but we can, at mention Paul and say, Paul, have you done this action yet? And that's going to start a thread for us right alongside wiki that we can see, but also when we go into posts, it's going to post a link back to that section rather than just the page. So if you imagine the page might be like really, really long, especially if you're using OneNote, it might be really long, and we link back to the page, no one knows where on the page what we're talking about. Whereas in wiki, because we can both link to and have a conversation about a certain section of a page, then you can see we've got some chat going on here because it's grey. We haven't got anything yet here because it's just disappears when we don't hover over it. So we can keep the context about something, a discrete piece of information that's a bit smaller than just a total page. So in the next lesson, we'll have a look at some of the differences in OneNote, but for anything simple, I would recommend using wiki just because it's a bit more native. You can also @mention in wiki, and so that's going to ping whoever you @mention that you've been mentioned in wiki, which is quite handy, which you don't get in OneNote. The downside of wiki, just before we finish this lesson, is that nothing's that safe. So if you need to do it for like a really key business process, there's nothing to stop anyone coming in and just wiping out this entire table after you spent ages perfecting it. And unlike the other Office apps, there is no rollback. So yeah, you can, if you did something, if you delete the whole table by mistake, that person could think, oh, I've done it by mistake, I'll undo. So you can just do an undo or redo. Once you've come out of there, you can't then undo anything, so it's gone. And there's no version history like the other Office apps, the way you could roll back and see what's gone on before, which is regrettable because I don't know why Microsoft can't just update it and do those things. But that's the way it is right now. So if you do need to do anything like that and have a bit more control, then you might want to use OneNote or even Loop that's coming, that we'll have a quick look at the end of this section. Okay, so we've just been through wiki, which I mentioned is a cut down version of OneNote. So what's OneNote? Great question. And how to interact with Teams. So whenever we set up a team, it sets up lots of other things for us in the background. So it sets up an Office 365 group, it sets up a SharePoint site, it also sets up a group planner for us because planners live in groups, and it sets up a shared OneNote for that entire group. When I say group, that's going to be the same as people in the team. So we have always got a OneNote attached to the group or the team that's living in the background. To be able to see it, we need to go and add a tab or go through SharePoint, but we're going to stay in Teams to do it. So we'll click Add a Tab, and we'll go and find OneNote. We'll click OneNote, and you can see it's brought back all of the OneNotes that we've got access to. It also, at the top, says Testing Team for YouTube Notebook. So it's the name of the team and notebook at the end, and that's saying it's the default team notebook. So you always have that one. You can obviously see you can create a new notebook, and that's creating a new notebook in the team that everyone can see. Probably best, especially when you're starting, just to use the one notebook that comes with the team, which says the default team notebook. So we'll click Save, saying setting up your new tab, and then we're going to see the web version of the OneNote that's associated with the team. And you can obviously see we've already used some of this before. Like the other Office apps, this is a bit more fully functioned than Wiki, and also the desktop app might have more functionality than the web view, which is what we see in Teams. So similarly to the other Office apps, Excel, PowerPoint, Word, we've got a little drop down that says keep it in Teams, open it in the browser, or open it in the desktop app, which is up to your sort of preference. So we're just going to go through the obviously OneNote has got loads and loads of stuff you can do. For the benefit of this lesson, this is just the basics of how to get into OneNote, what you might use it for, and how it links through to Teams. So similarly to Wiki, it's arranged in pages and sections. However, confusingly, in Wiki, you add a page and then sections of the page, which sort of makes sense when you're using Wiki and sort of linking back to how we sort of set it up with, one main page and then sections for each meeting. Say in OneNote, you're thinking about like a really thick notebook, and this little icon here is probably the best example, where you might have like sections and like colored tabs for you to flip to different pages. So in that instance, like a section is higher up than a page because a section has got groups of pages. So just thing to bear in mind if you get confused about that. So you can have as many sections as you want, as many pages as you want within each section. And so you might have one for meeting notes. You might have another section for, I don't know, we used to use testing evidence, say, if we were doing that. So why would you use OneNote versus Wiki? Well, OneNote is truly co-authorable. So you can have multiple people entering stuff in the same page all at the same time. Although Wiki can put pictures in Wiki, it goes a bit clunky. It needs to be the right format. Sometimes you get a box that doesn't show the picture. If you resize it, sometimes it gets a bit glitchy. OneNote can cope with loads of stuff. So you can put pictures in there, text if you've got a touchscreen or an iPad or tablet. You can be like drawing on the page. Obviously, I'm just using a mouse now, so it's going to look a bit squiffy. But you can need to do handwriting, so you can just take notes in handwriting if you wanted to. And this is all going to update for everybody else in real time, just like the other Office apps, Excel, Word, PowerPoint. So a lot more powerful than Wiki would be. Also, the canvas is infinite, so that annoys some people. You can just start some text and then keep it in this little text box and it'll just go down the page. But you can then put stuff to the right, and it's infinite to the right as well. Wherever you click, if you've got like a normal text cursor, you can enter text just wherever you want it to. So if you wanted to mark up or have some text around a picture that you've drawn, you can do that in OneNote. You can't do that in Wiki or many other apps, and you can go as far to the right as you want and as far to the bottom. If you didn't like that and you just want just a page of notes that it just has a certain width and goes down, then if I start a new page, hopefully that'll be more obvious. We'll say notes. Today, when you click sort of down here, it keeps it in line, and when you start typing, if we keep going longer, it will eventually sort of wrap around and have a more sort of normal view of, just written notes, like as if you had a Word document, say. So obviously you can put links into OneNote like we did in Wiki. In any app, you can just do Command or Control K. If we insert, we can have file, attachment, printout's quite handy. So if we had a PDF, it'll show us the PDF right in line of all the text and everything. We insert a picture, insert a link, so similar dialog box to how we had in Wiki. You can record audio, so if you weren't using Teams and you just had a normal in-person meeting, you could use OneNote to come and record the audio of that meeting and use it sort of that way. So multiple ways to keep access to however you wanted to keep notes. So drawing, you could do maths in here because it's useful for students. Loads of stuff, really, really powerful. So loads of stuff Wiki can't do. So what OneNote can't do that Wiki can do is there's no like sections of a page. So you can only grab a link to a page. So you could copy a link to this page. If we went into posts or wherever we want to store that link. So say we wanted to link it into Wiki, and do something similar to what we did before, we can paste the link in, but when we click it, it's going to jump us into a browser and not into the tab where we want it to work and keep it in Teams. So Wiki stays in Teams, obviously, because it's only available in Teams. OneNote's available on the web, in Teams, and the desktop app. And if we click the link, it's going to jump us back out, which might be a bit jarring. We're just going to link to the page so we know what we're talking about if the page is quite small. But if we did have like a longer page of notes, then potentially we might get lost. Also, we can't chat about something in OneNote. We can always chat about any tab that we've got using the chat icon up here, but it's not going to be linked to a page. So if I put, hey, I'm talking about notes today page, and sort of shut that down, if we went onto a different page, even into a different section, a different page, and click the chat icon and then said, I'm talking about testing page, there's no, it's the same thread. Whereas if we're in Wiki, we'd have one thread about a section and one thread about a different section. Remember, the sections are within a page on Wiki. So it links you to the right place. In Wiki, in OneNote, it's just the same as any other app that you pin as a tab. You can have a chat about that tab, but it's all just going to be about that one tab. So that link will take us to the tab. It's not going to take us to the right page that someone was talking about, which might be quite jarring, especially if people didn't know to click there to go and see all the sections and pages. So Wiki is a bit more integrated into Teams. OneNote's not. It's been a separate app for quite a while, even before Teams came out. But it is a lot more powerful to take notes, to run your entire life off notes. If you're taking notes and you want to do it in the Microsoft ecosystem, then OneNote is the best place to do that. If you're already used to using OneNote, then know that you would have different workbooks. So one would be shared with the entire team. You can have as many separate workbooks as you want. So one would take personal notes or your own sort of private notes, and one would be associated with each team potentially. Co-authoring's on, so really powerful to work on notes with other people. We used to use it in my corporate job. If we had like a supplier meeting, one person would be taking screenshots of the presentation that someone was doing to us, and the other person would be taking notes alongside each screenshot, which would update in like near real time. So good example where you can sort of have co-authoring to collaborate on something that's quite fast moving within OneNote, and then obviously all of that is available in the team for everyone else to see that wasn't there. So for that gives you enough to get started on OneNote. There's, like I say, there's loads of other things you can do in OneNote which do sometimes get quite confusing. So you can like tag all of your notes if you wanted to with these little tags. So the most useful one is a to-do tag. So to do this, to do that, and you can come through and like check them off when you've done them. Microsoft did at one point have a project to sort of align task and project management across everywhere. You'd be able to make a task in the Microsoft ecosystem, and that's a few years old at the time of recording even. I'm not sure how far through they are with that really, because you can still make these to-do tags in OneNote and they don't feed through anywhere. So they don't go into Microsoft To Do, which we talk about in a separate course, but they are quite useful if you just want a little checkbox. If you're using a specific version of the Outlook desktop app at the time of recording, you can make an Outlook task that then would go through via Outlook into Microsoft To Do and sort of be aligned, so it's sort of a bit more powerful. So you can put due dates and assign things to yourself or to other people once it's in To Do. But using the web version of OneNote, you can't do that. So it's getting slightly complicated, but yeah, if you just want to know how OneNote integrates into Teams, then this is all you've got. Doesn't go through to anywhere else. But it's obviously more powerful, can be really useful in certain circumstances. Okay, so in this lesson, we're going to talk about Planner basics, and Planner is basically should be your go-to place for any shared tasks to do with the team. So similarly to when we talked about OneNote, there is a planner set up when you set up a team. Confusingly, Planner is both a web app and an app in Teams. not a desktop app, unlike some of the other apps that have got all three. Planner's got two. And when we come on to talk about To Do in the next lesson, we'll talk about Tasks by Planner and To Do, which is a sidebar app which brings Planner and To Do together. Unfortunately, when Microsoft made the Sidebar app, Tasks by Planner and To Do, they also changed the tab name to Tasks by Planner and To Do. But if we add the Tasks by Planner and To Do tab in, that isn't anything to do with To Do. It's just Planner. So the tab should, in my humble opinion, should still be called Planner, and the Sidebar app that we'll talk about in when we come on to Do should be called, could be called Tasks by Planner To Do if they want. But we're just going to add in Tasks by Planner To Do. If you search for Planner, it's going to pop up that one. It's the only one, so you won't get too confused, but the name is not great. So similarly to OneNote, we can create a new plan, just like we could create a new OneNote notebook, or we can use the existing plan from this team, and we might have more than one because we've used this testing team a bit. If you're just straight in, there'll only be one planner. The planner will already be there. It's already set up when you create the team, and you just need to pick it. So in a bit, we'll talk about you can have one instance of Planner that's shown across multiple channels or multiple tabs, wherever you want to see it, or you can have multiple instances of Planner that are completely separate, which you could then also show across multiple tabs if you wanted to. So we're just going to pick Planner, because I'm assuming that's the one that was the original one. We'll click Save, and that's going to add us a tab called Planner. Obviously, we already had one, so let's call it Planner 1. And let's get rid of that. And this is what Planner is going to look like. So again, nothing to do with To Do. So that's why I say it should be called Task by Planner and To Do, because it's just Planner when we add it into a tab. This is what Planner looks like in Teams. It can look very similar in the web app view, but you get a nicer background. You can change some of how it looks and things like that. But the functionality is going to be exactly the same, which isn't always the case when we think about web apps, desktop app, and apps in Teams. So by default, you just get one bucket of tasks, and that's just called To Do. So a list of to-do actions you need to do. So there's three different ways you can probably group things, or three main ways, and I'll come on to the group by in a sec. You can group by buckets, so you can have like buckets of tasks of things you need to do. If you've ever used Trello, Planner is a copy of Trello pretty much. If you use Kanban boards, probably if you're more in sort of software development, you'll be used to this. So you can have buckets of tasks. I can never think of a good example for a bucket when I'm doing a demo, but I don't know, next week. This isn't a good example of a bucket, and I'll show you why in a sec next month. So you might have like some to-do tasks. We've got one here, and you can drag tasks or cards throughout the buckets. And the reason I say, well, let me just go on to the other way of arranging things. So you've got buckets, you've got tasks, and then you've also got labels, which Microsoft have just expanded the number of labels that you can have to organize things. So you could just leave it as the color if you wanted to, if you knew what a pink label was. If we come into here and we go on labels, then we've got the ability to edit that label. So we can't change the color, so we need to pick the right color we want, but we can change the name. So I don't know, maybe we want to categorize that for Project X, and this one will be Project Y. And then we can add those labels in. Maybe that was on both projects. So a couple of complications about thinking about how to group your tasks. So one, you might have buckets set up like this, like I guess the obvious Kanban one is to do, in progress, done, and you could type those in as buckets. But unlike Trello, Planner's got a notion of who the task's assigned to, what the progress is, and the due date. So when we come in to add a task, it's very simple on the front of it. So let's just call it action 1. We can set a due date for that. So we'll give us a week, and then we can assign it to somebody and add the task. So that's as simple as you can make it in Planner. We could just even leave the date and the assign to blank if we just wanted to get stuff out of our head and just type things in quickly. We can just type stuff in, enter it, and go back and re-edit it and make sure people are assigned afterwards. Great thing about Planner is that it's integrated into Microsoft 365. So if you assign someone, they're going to get notified that they've been assigned a task, and it does all of the chasing for you. So all of the hassle about making sure someone's done their action, if you add it into Planner, you know that they are going to be pestered quite a lot of times before you manually need to go and ask them if they've done the task, because most people don't do actions in my experience, even when they've been chased. So Planner will notify them when they assign a task. It'll notify them the week the task's due. It's going to notify them the day before it's due if they haven't done it. It's going to notify them the day of the task is due. And then it's going to keep chasing them every like 3 to 5 days after they haven't done that task. All they need to do is go and click the notification and say, yep, I've done that task, and it'll stop notifying them. So if we come into one of the actions, we've got lots of other stuff we can change. So we can assign multiple people. Just while I think of it, we need to remember that if we assign multiple people, that's if they've got like shared ownership of the task. So if one person clicks that task as complete, that whole task is complete. If you've got an action where you need like 10 people to each do the same action, but like, say on a different customer account, which we used to have quite a lot, we need to set a separate action for each person, which is obviously more work for the person that's given the action, but we need to think about the recipient. So if we just add 10 people an action to say, go and update your forecast on one if we did that on one action, the first person to do it would click tick, and that would remove it for everybody else. So it's the opposite of what we want. We want to know when each person has done it. So we need 10 separate actions like this, with each with a different person assigned. Just while I think on, you can do that by copying the task, and you can even have it the same action. Don't copy the assignment progress. You might want to copy the dates, but you can copy whatever you want, and then you can then just quickly assign that to someone else. So that's a way to do that use case that I just went on. So we just talked about labels very briefly, but you can think about buckets and labels and how you want to sort of structure your planner. Buckets, I think, have got a very, there might be some limit, but are pretty much going to have a lot of different buckets you can have. There used to be only 5 different labels you could have, and so that made you think about, well, when would you want to use a label versus a bucket? Now you've got more labels that you could have, so that sort of opens up just your sort of preference. So we can say which bucket it's in. We can do that from here. We've got progress bar, so not started in progress or completed. If we send it to completed here, that's the same as clicking the tick on the main action screen. We've also got priority, so urgent, important, medium, or low. We can have start and end dates if we wanted to. We can type in any description about what that action is about. And we can have sub checklist items, which I find really useful. And for most of these things, you get like a little show on card tick box. So we could show the description on the card if that was helpful, and that just literally shows it on the front screen without coming in. We can only show one thing at a time, so it might be more useful to show the checklist item. And if we had an attachment, we can do it from the computer or from Teams files, which is great now. So we can keep things in context about, let's find a random file. So say we want that one. That's going to keep everything together in context. So we've got the file that the action's about, and then we can show that on the card. It's going to show a preview of whatever that file is. So this one's an Excel, which doesn't look like it's got much in it. But if it was a PowerPoint, it would show the front slide and stuff like that. Also, you've got the ability to comment on your task, and unusefully, there is no app mention ability in Planner, which I wish Microsoft would put in, at least at the time of recording. That's not available. So if it is and you're watching this, then give us a ping in the description box and I'll update this video. And also comments, even if you've assigned someone else and I entered a comment, I would think that that would notify me. If I'm the person that made the action and assigned someone else and they put a comment in, then that would be useful if that notified me as the person that created the comment. Neither of those things are true. So the only time that a comment notifies somebody is if they have already commented on that action card. Again, that's true at the time of recording. If that's different behavior for you, let me know. So comments are not that useful, but it does keep like a history of the comments for you, which could be quite useful. So yeah, if the person doing the task then has some, update comments, they can put it in the comments rather than put it in the description, and it keeps like a timestamp of that. If you were really bothered about getting notified, then you could always put like a dot or something, just so you've got a first comment, and then any other time someone put a comment on, then you would get notified. So that's quite a little workaround that if you don't want to assign yourself as an action, but you want to get notified when it's updated or anything, or someone else put another comment in, then you could put a comment in first. So there's lots of context that we could put and useful things we can put in Planner to make that task come to life. The chasing is the most useful thing for putting stuff into Planner, as well as obviously the ability for the entire team to see what everyone's actions are. So you could have a planner to do with a certain topic, or you could use one planner for the whole team and have buckets for the topics, say. So let me get back to where I started. Doing to do, in progress, completed is not a great use of buckets. Neither is time. So having just today, next week, next month, because we can group by some of those other properties. So if we group the bucket by who it's assigned to, we've got unassigned and me, because I'm the only one that's been assigned a task, but we've had every single person that's got a task there, and we can group it by them to see how many tasks each person's got. We can group it by progress, so that's got not started, in progress, and completed there for us. So therefore, there's no point duplicating that in the bucket names, and we can still work in the same way. We can, it's ticked that for us when we dragged it to completed. It unticks it when we put it back to in progress. We can group it by due date, and that is going to have some, grouping of dates for us. So we've got some that it's grouped to next week already for us. If we set this one to way in the future, say September 16th, then that's going to put it as future. So already the date thing's sort of working for us and grouping it. And we can then group by the labels we've assigned it to. So we could group it by project X, project Y, or we could group it by priority and see which ones are important or urgent for us. The default, though, is always bucket, so that might influence how you use your buckets rather than labels. So labels are quite good because they offer a nice little visual representation. Buckets, though, are always going to be the default view in Teams. No one can change the default view to say, well, always show me it by due date. You've got to come in and always change it. So it always defaults back to bucket. And so rather than having project X, project Y as labels, you might want project X, project Y as buckets, for example. I'll tell you how we used to use buckets in a sec. I've never used labels in real life. So if you do, let us know in the discussion about how you're using them versus buckets. Carrying on across the top, we've got filter. So we can always filter by stuff rather than grouping it. So if we just wanted to see all the late tasks, we can filter those. Just ones today, tomorrow, you can see the ticks going on, so you need to untick stuff. So we could just see stuff that's late up to next week if we wanted to, or see stuff with no date, so we might want to go and put a date on. Similarly, if we have stuff that is unassigned, we might want to go and assign those, or you can just come and pick yourself and see all the tasks that are assigned to you in this particular view. And I'll come on after we talk about to do about a better way to see stuff for you. So relatively new is then the ability to see all of your planner board as a list. So let me just take off that filter so we can just see all the tasks listed out. Board view is default, and we've got some nice little update charts that we can quickly see how things are moving on that planner board. There isn't the ability to sort of bespoke these too much, and the exporting or linking of Planner into anything else like Power BI is pretty limited. So you've got to export to Excel usually, and then do something in Excel if you wanted some different reports. But got a lot of good ones for you here anyway. So status, what bucket it's in, as well as the progress of those, and then by priority, and then by who is doing those actions, like how many have not started versus in progress or what have you. And then we've got all the actions down the side. So it's got it by group by bucket here. And then schedule, if we've got start and end dates, this would show us a longer bar. So if we put a starter into the past, we've got this action 1 running for a couple of weeks now, which we can see on the calendar. And we've got a week or a month view about everything that's going on in a particular time period. The best ability of Planner is just for the whole team to see everything and assign people, and people get chased. The way that we used to use Planner, which might be useful to you, is to also think about the actions as cards. So if you've come from Trello, everything in Trello is a card, and it's almost like you're sort of forcing Trello to think of it as an action, because it doesn't have, or it didn't last time I used it, which admittedly was a while ago, didn't have the ability to like mark a task complete or anything, because it's just a card and you're moving it over to a complete bucket in Trello. So you can think of these as cards in Planner. So we used to have one that was to do, which was actions. And then we might think about using Planner as like a board of cards. And so you could use it for anything then that you would use cards for in that regard. We used to use it for meeting agenda generation. So if you've got a team meeting, you might have like one that's next month, month plus 1, whatever, however far you want to go to the future. Anyone's got access to change Planner. So bear that in mind about how critical or how much information you're going to put in Planner, because anyone can come in and just drag something over by accident, like, oh, I didn't even realize that I did that, and there's no way to undo anything. People could come through and tick they've done an action even if it's not their action, and so again they could do that by mistake. And although now when you come into Planner, if someone has made some changes since last time you came in, you just get a little pop-up in the right-hand side. It says that there have been 6 changes since you were last in the Planner board. It doesn't tell you what they are, which is really unhelpful. Trello's got a lot better auditing, so you can see exactly, like Gavin Jones has dragged action 1 from to-do to next month. Planner, at the time of recording, doesn't have that sort of auditability. So again, just be mindful about how business critical the tasks are that you're putting in there. But this is better than what most people do, which is a spreadsheet, a list of actions sent out. No one does them because no one remembers to open that spreadsheet attachment. Or if they are being organized, they need to go and make their own actions in their own task management software anyway. So Planner sort of helps with those things. So if you're using it for meeting generation, like I say, anyone could come in and add a task. So there might come in a task like, well, I want an agenda item to talk about team engagement, say. You assign it to yourself because you're the person that come up with that agenda item, and you could set the due date if you wanted to be the due date of the next meeting, and add a task. So anyone can come in and think about, well, what else we might want to talk about. Decision on team hiring, say. I don't know, assign it to the person that's put it in, add a task. So then the person that's doing the meeting then can then come through and arrange, which of the agenda items we actually really want to do, what order they're going to be in, think about the timing. So you might ask people to put on an estimate of how much time they need for each session, say. And then the person that's doing the agenda can then come through, see what's been added to Planner, see what else they've got in their mind, and think, actually, team hiring stuff we're just going to do next month. And then everyone's aware about what's going to go on in the next meeting and what's going to go on the next one. Say that one then turned, we ran the session, that turned into an action, we can then just drag it into to do, because then someone needs to be an action on it, and then we could assign someone else and put a due date on that one, say. So we used to use it as like a board of ideas that would then turn into agenda items, which then might turn into actions. So just a different view on how you might use a planner board. Okay, so in this lesson we're going to go through to-do basics. We've got a whole other course about personal productivity which you might want to have a look at. which goes through all of the mindset, the routines, how to organize your day and your work and your life, and use predominantly Microsoft to do that. For this lesson, we're just going to think about Microsoft To Do and how it integrates into Teams and how you might use that in sort of a cut down version. So similarly how OneDrive is your own little area of files in the cloud, and if you choose to share something, you can then open up the permissions, and SharePoint's the place for shared files by default, unless you then choose to make them private or share them with other people. The same is true with To Do and Planner. So To Do is your own tasks that are in the cloud that you could then assign or share lists to other people, and Planner is the shared by default, so it's going to be visible to the whole team. So as I talked about in the last lesson, Microsoft have then made a sidebar app in Teams, which is called Tasks by Planner and To Do. There used to be a sidebar app that just called Planner, where you could see everything in any other plan across your entire organization that you've been assigned to, and that was really useful. To Do also had that, so it's got a little assigned to me section in To Do, which also funneled everything back through from anywhere that anyone had assigned you a task in the Microsoft ecosystem, so you could see everything that's been assigned to you. Task by Planner To Do in Teams then just brings both of those things together. So you can see we've got shared plans in Planner down here, and all of the different plans that we've got within each team. So like I said in the last lesson, there's one plan set up when you set up a team, but you can set up multiple plans if you wanted to. So here we can jump directly to the plan that we had in the last lesson and see it from our sidebar, Task by Planner and To Do. And we could then still, it just defaults to the list view in here rather than the board view. Confusingly, if we went through the tab that we did in the last lesson, it would default to the board. If we come into Task by Planner To Do and look at it, it defaults to the list. Again, we could use the filter to filter on stuff that was just for us in that specific planner board. Because we've assigned ourselves to these tasks in the To Do bit of Task by Planner To Do, which is this top section, that's got all of the, or most of the, I should say, most of the same sections that you would have in the fully fledged To Do app. And To Do is available on the web and a desktop version, and this is the version you get in Teams, and they all do slightly different things, confusingly. So the one thing that we do want to go through now, though, is the Assign to Me bit, which is really useful. So if anyone assigns you an action from any plan in any team across your entire organization, it's going to feed back into here. So you can see these are all from the testing team and the planner, which is the one that we just did in the last lesson. Test meeting actions is the one that we put in our wiki lesson. So all of those, no matter which plan they were from or which team, will all feed back into the Assigned by Me section. And you're going to get, as long as you use Microsoft To Do, you're going to get notified and pinged when they're due. It's going to show up in your sort of planned section if they've got a due date on. So I used To Do a lot. I've got loads of stuff in To Do. I've got loads of different lists in my To Do, which you can see here. You can see all of them from Teams. The one thing that's really great in To Do, which isn't available in Teams, is My Day. So you can assign things that you're actually going to want to work on today. So no matter when they're due, if they're due in the future, you can just say, like, I want to work on that today. And you've got a very short list of stuff that you're just going to do today. That isn't available in Task by Planner To Do in Teams, unfortunately. But the main thing that we want to use is the Assigned to Me section. If you want to use the rest of Microsoft To Do within Teams, you can do without using My Day or flagged email, actually, just as I think about it. But again, cut down version, you get like a list of tasks. You can just keep one list if you wanted to, and come and just add a task. And these are all private. These are just to you. As long as it's in the To Do section and not in a planner, no one else can see these unless you choose to share them. So let's have a, I don't know, test task that we need to do. Hit enter, and it's gone in alphabetical order in Teams, which sometimes isn't that useful. We get some ability to change some settings in To Do, but you can see that it's a lot less than in Planner, at least in the Teams view. So we can do important or medium. We can add a due date to remind ourselves. We can add some notes, and we can have subtasks, which is pretty useful to do sometimes. Cool. So because we put a due date on, that task has now jumped up to the top and gone out of alphabetical order. And if we went into important, that would show us all the tasks that we flagged as important. If we went into planned, that would show us all the tasks that we have got a due date on, sorted by due date of when they're due. And all these views are slightly different to if we use the To-Do desktop app, which I would recommend rather than using the Teams app in this instance. But if you just want to quickly see what you're assigned to, this is quite useful. If I just flick into the desktop app of Microsoft To Do, this one's on a Mac, the Windows one's very similar, but here you can see we've got my day where I've flagged some tasks that I want to do today. We've got important planned, all I don't think we had in Teams, or completed. Assigned to me, we did have, so here you can see everything that's assigned to you. And we've got flagged emails, which we didn't have in the other one. If we go into planned, that looks slightly different. So it's only all planned that's available in Teams. It doesn't group it by day like this one does. And we've got overdue, what's due today and what's due tomorrow. So even without my day, it's a lot easier to see what's going on in the desktop version of To Do versus the Teams app. Also, what you can't do in the Teams app is seemingly do anything with these lists. So you can't share the list. I can't share a task to anybody in the taskbar planner To Do in Teams. If we come into, let's just pick, so I've got some things to record on YouTube. I can create a list which I then can share with other people. So if I'm in this record list, I can click on the plus people bit at the top, and I can invite some people to join that list. So by default, anyone in the organization with this link can join and edit that list. So you can have like a bit like OneDrive, you can share a folder that anyone can put files into, but it sort of lives in your instance of OneDrive. So similarly, this list is living in my version of To Do, but it's going to show up in someone else's when I invite them. Once I invite someone else, so let's just copy the link, say, and done. Once that list is shared, we get like a little shared icon there, but also I can then assign that task to somebody else, which we don't have in a list where we haven't already shared that entire list. So then I could come and assign that list to me or whoever else I added. So that's a way that you can still assign tasks to people rather than putting in Planner where the entire team could see that task. So that's quite useful, say, in a one-to-one scenario. So you might have a list of tasks that's just between you and your manager. So say to do with your personal development, it's not applicable to the entire team. You don't want your entire team to see any actions to do with your own personal development, but you and your manager might want to keep track of some tasks. So then you could create a separate list, which you would do down here, new list, share it between you, your manager and you, or you and your direct report, and then be able to assign tasks to each other. So like I say, we've got a whole another course on unlocking all the benefits about personal productivity. If you're interested in that, I'll link it in the description below. But for now, that hopefully gives you enough to do with all the basic task management options that are available in Teams. So when we're talking about actions and notes, we also need to be mindful about, I guess when people think about notes, it's like taking handwritten notes or typing up notes. Whereas now we should be thinking about like the transcription we get as part of a Microsoft Teams meeting as taking notes for us anyway. So if we just start a new meeting in a channel, just because it's easiest for us to get started, there's only us in it, and we should always remember we can start recording, and Microsoft have made that so it's going to start transcription for us anyway. So it says starting recording and transcription. Even if you didn't want to record the video, which I'm not sure why you wouldn't, because let's just record everything. I think these days. You can see it's always going to have the transcription at the side. We could just do transcription and not recording. So if we stop recording, it's going to stop recording and transcription. So we'll just do that. We could just come and turn on transcription on its own. So I guess it's a bit less intrusive than people thinking they're on video, so they might be less likely to engage maybe in the meeting if the video is being recorded. I guess the benefit of using transcription is that it's pretty good now. We're only going to get better as time goes on. It knows who's talking as long as everyone's dialed in to the Teams meeting on their individual devices. And even when I'm mumbling, so I didn't think it'd pick up individual, it still got the word that I was talking about. So it has got a lot better since it came out. Benefit, the only reason I'm talking about this as part of actions and note taking is that obviously everything that's said now in the meeting, as long as you've got recording or transcription turned on, everything that's in the transcription will show up in search. So it's making everything that we talked about in the meeting really discoverable. So if we search for something, or we were new into the company and thought, I don't know anything about this topic, and searched, all the meetings, or every time someone mentioned that, it would pop up because it's been transcribed, and the computer and Microsoft knows what we've been talking about and will show them that video recording, like we had a look at in one of the other lessons on search. So if we stop that, I would recommend doing that in every Teams meeting. If you've got an in-person meeting and it's only in person, then you could use the group transcribe app that has come out from Microsoft. I think it's like one of their labs, so it might be like a bit of a test. I'm not sure it's like fully supported. So you could use this group transcribe app, and this allows you to, as long as people have got multiple phone devices, record an in-person meeting. And if we just start a new conversation, you can see it's made a little session for us, QAELZ. As I'm talking, it's transcribing what I'm saying automatically. Anyone else could join that session. So if they've got a device with group transcribe on, I could have my phone in front of me when I'm talking, and it would know that I'm the one talking because it's closest to my device. I could then come and add people into that same group, and as long as they got their device close to them, it would know they're talking, and it would record that whole group conversation all together and all be transcribed for us. And then we could take that transcription and then go and stick it in a wiki or into OneNote or wherever we want to save that meeting transcription, so that it would be then discoverable or searchable, or we could use it for anything else. If you're if you're in a formal meeting like an employee forum or a board directors meeting where you need to have like actual proper minutes of exactly what's been said, don't bother, just use this. It's going to save a secretary loads of time typing everything up, and so you could just use this now. If we come back, says you're sure you want to exit, it's going to end it for all participants. We say yeah, and then it's got a date stamp, and if we click on that, it's got everything that we've just talked about, and then we can share it to wherever we want to share. So we could come through and find a relevant Microsoft app that we want to stick it in. So say we want to send it to OneNote, we can put it to there, or send it to Teams, which I wouldn't recommend because it goes as a Teams post, or we could stick it in a Word document or wherever we want to put it, to make sure that our meeting notes are being effectively stored. If we add any actions or anything, obviously both of those solutions are not going to do that. We need to make an action ourselves, but at the time of recording, I don't have anything in. There might be a future lesson where we look at some software coming out from Agat, which might do that for you. And Viva Sales has just been announced at the time of recording, where that does sort of try and pull out things you've been talking about and offer those as suggested actions. But at the time of recording, if you had any actions, you'd go stick those into to-do, or go stick those into planner if they were shared actions that we talked about in the previous couple of lessons. When we think about actions and notes, a lot of people miss SharePoint pages because I guess people think about SharePoint pages as either the intranet or publishing news. But it's basically just like an easy way to make a website, and people are used to consuming information from websites rather than PowerPoint or spreadsheet attachments or notebooks or whatever we've just covered before. So the most engaging way, although it is a bit more work, to prep and have an output from your meeting, if it's an important one that is useful for people to be able to catch up on afterwards, is a SharePoint page. So we're going to just go through SharePoint pages very quickly in the context of making useful notes and resources that we could use for a meeting. So the easiest way to get to SharePoint, or the SharePoint site that is associated with the team, is to come into the Files tab of any team, and then there's an Open in SharePoint button that'll be along the top somewhere. So that's going to jump us into the SharePoint site that's associated with the team. Let me just make that a bit bigger so you can see it. And obviously it's jumped us into the Documents folder because that's where we came from. We're in Files, and then it jumped us into Documents to see our files. If we go on the home page, that's where we can make like a mini sort of intranet and make our home page look however we want to look. And either from the home page or from pages down the side, we can come and add a new page. So it asks us whether we want a blank one and some other basic templates. I'm just going to start with blank, although you might want to check out what some of these look like with basic text and a header. We're going to do all of that from the blank one anyway. So we'll create the page. And then a SharePoint page basically works as like a header, sections, and then web parts to like add content to wherever you want to put it in your section. So we'll do the header first. So we'll say meeting outputs July. So it's a monthly meeting. You can see it puts who we are right there. So that's quite nice. If we were doing it on behalf of someone else, or your administrator was doing it for you, they can sort of X themselves out and then add someone else in there that's sort of owning that page. Or just doesn't do anything apart from show the recipients or people who are reading that page who sort of the owner of this information. So we can change the image in the background. Microsoft have now added stock images, which is probably the best way to get your images for a header. You can do a web search, or if you've got a picture that you really want, you can upload that into there. So we're just going to search for meeting just to sort of jazz up our header a little bit, and this one looks like a meeting, so we'll insert that. And then we've got some other options. If we click the little pencil icon, that usually pops up a right hand side bar for us to go and edit that particular thing that we just clicked on. So I like the header to look a bit like this. So then we've got sections and web parts. If you sort of hover over the middle bit of a section, then that's going to be where the plus button adds a web part. If you come over to the left hand side, that's like adding or modifying a section. Sometimes when you're editing, especially now I've zoomed in a bit, it's got this little blank bit which will disappear when we publish or save that post. Like no one's going to see this blank bit. If I'd not zoomed in, that gap would be smaller. So the sort of first section is this one, and it's added a text web part for us, so we can go and add some text in about whatever that meeting is about. In the section, when we come to edit section, or if we add a new one, it's showing us we can have some different formatting options. So we can have 1 column, 2 columns, 3 columns, have a 1/3 and a 2/3, or the other way around, left and right. You can also have the whole section change color. You only get these few colors that you can change. Microsoft just added this templates, so you can have like images and text. It's just sort of adding some web parts in for you. We're going to add all the web parts in ourselves anyway. So you might want to maybe have something like this. So we've got a bit of text saying the meeting about X, Y, Z. In the text box, you can sort of change it to different headings, have bullets, whatever. because I'm zoomed in because I'm on a big monitor, this will be easier to see when you do it yourselves. And so what you might want to do is maybe add file viewer and then go and pick the meeting recording of that meeting once you've had it. So that's one I did when I was sort of doing some testing, which way you can see the bottom of my chin, which is not that flattering. And so everything you need to do for like either the beginning of that meeting, so you could have your agenda there before the meeting, so if one can go into the page, you can then update the same page with like the meeting outputs. If you did a transcription like we did in one of the previous lessons, you could go and add that in text if you wanted to as a text box. You might want some other files from the meeting. So say we've got a few different files that we need to keep track of. We can add a file viewer into each of those. So maybe we need a collaboration, that file. Depending on your layout and how much space you've got, that might show you a preview of the file, which is editable right on the page. If I zoom back out, that might show us a bit more. And so you can see that is now like the actual live file. If I zoom in, it's going to change to like a card. So if someone clicks that, it's just going to open the file. So if we make that down to 2 columns, you see now that is the live version of Excel. And when we publish it, that's going to stay the same. So people can see the information there. When we embed the link to that file into SharePoint, that's going to be editable. So if you needed anyone to do any actions, you could link the file that's capturing those actions, or say the action was go and update this Excel file. You can link that Excel file. The file still lives in Teams in wherever you've put it, but then you can make it visible through SharePoint pages, and people can go edit it straight from there. Similarly, if we go and add maybe the Word document that we had here, that is also then you can see the exact file in here, and people can go and edit that. You can also put which page, depending on what file you link in, you can say, well, we actually want to start on page 2 or page 1 and click apply there. So we might want the meeting recording, something the meeting is about. We can add text. If we view on a different size screen or say mobile, all of these sections and layout is going to be reformatted so it looks nice on a smaller screen or on a mobile device. The other stuff that you might want to do is, say, if we do a 1/3 this way, is say we had loads of files, or there was a whole folder that was applicable to this meeting, we can go and add a document library instead. And then the document library web part's a little bit tricky, which is why I wanted to go through it. So we're going to pick the document library that's associated with the team, which is going to be documents. And then we can see we've got our channels folders there. If we click on, this is like live, so if we click through, it's not going to remember. You think, oh, well, now that we have gone through that, it's going to remember that we're in test private folder, but it won't. When we publish it, it's just going to show people that front view. If we edit the web part, we can then say which folder we want it to display. So say we want it to display testing, you would think that when we click testing, that would be displayed, but it's not. That's just us manipulating like the live version of this view. If we want to go, if we want the default to be testing when someone opens that page, we need to go and type testing in here, which is, and then click apply. And then that's what people are going to see when they first go into this page. Every other subfolder we need to type in, which I don't know why Microsoft can't sort this out, that you would just click through which one you want to save. You need to actually go and type it in. So if we want testing and then recordings, we need to go and type that in exactly as it's shown and then hit apply. And it's going to show us the recordings folder. So say we wanted people to go back to recordings and we left that there, that's cool. And then if we had our actions in Planner, we could even go and add in the Planner board right in there so people could do those actions. We can go and pick the planner that we had in our previous lesson. And again, that's all editable right from the SharePoint page. So if people got an action, you can like reference the action up here. They know what the meeting's about. They can see the previous meeting. They can edit the files, and even they can update the action, all without leaving the page. So if we publish that, that's now published as a page, not going to go anywhere. No one's going to be able to discover it probably unless they do a search. So we can either add it to the navigation, which means it's going to stick it on this left-hand bit of the SharePoint site, which might be useful, but obviously will get quite cluttered the more stuff you put on there. You can post it as news, which just means it's going to show up in every news web part that's applicable across all of your organization, which you might not want to do for your meeting. No one's got access to it that won't have access to it already, but people might see it pop up on your SharePoint depending on how you've got your settings or how you run your SharePoint. And obviously we don't want to email it because we're keeping everything in Teams. So there's nothing in here that'll help people find that page, which is fine. We can just close that and know that we've got our page sorted. If we jump back into Teams though, we could then go and pin the page as a tab to help people sort of find it. So if we pick SharePoint, and then it's showing us some recommended ones that we might want to add as a tab. So saying add content to your Teams channel from Testing Team for YouTube SharePoint site or any SharePoint site. If we clicked any SharePoint site, it's just going to ask us to paste the link. If it wasn't popping up there and we didn't want to navigate through it, we could just go and grab the link of the one we've just done and then go and paste it into here. Because ours has popped up because we've just done it, these are the ones we've just been in, so it knows what we've been working on. Then we can just go and pick this one, or we could go through and navigate through all of the pages that are in our site. So we'll pick the meeting outputs July. We're going to post to the channel about this tab. And then that's where we can see it straight in Teams. We can now edit it directly from Teams as well, so we don't need to jump out into SharePoint to go and edit our page anymore, which we did used to do. And everything that we've just talked about, with everything being live, we're still live when we view it from Teams. Obviously, we've already posted something into our channel when we added the tab, but if we ever wanted to talk about something that we've done in the meeting outputs page, we can then just click the little chat icon and it's going to jump us into that same thread. So we can be like, hey, at channel, I've updated the actions here. And then everything's sort of kept in context with that we're talking about this meeting outputs July tab. And if anyone clicks that, it's going to jump us into the right tab. So that's a nice little way to keep all of your meeting content together, but in the most engaging way. So everything we talked about before, like taking notes and things, is like, yeah, you could probably embed some video potentially. You can't do that in Wiki. You might be able to do that in OneNote. But SharePoint Pages is really the thing that's most like a web page that would be used to sort of digesting in our personal lives. And so wherever possible, when it makes sense for people to be mostly informed about what comes out of your meeting, then SharePoint Pages is the best way, but admittedly is more work potentially than some of the other options. So we've talked about Para briefly a couple of times, which is Projects, Areas, Resources, Archive. I linked in this blog post, which I'll link again in this lesson below, but I just wanted to say about how to put it all together. So actually, this is not my system, it's made by Tiago Forte. He offers a course and some other training. I'm not affiliated with that. I've never taken it myself. I can't vouch for it. But the principle is quite useful to understand, at least on the surface. So I just wanted to think about how to put it all together. Projects, Areas, Resources, Archive. Everything that we create that's digital, if we think about it in those categories, that's going to help us out. So we talked about the file structure in Teams being thought about in that way. And we briefly brushed over the fact about keeping that sort of done in your task management as well. I just wanted to zoom in on this bit that is on the Para blog, which is basically thinking whatever you come up with of your projects, areas, resources, and archive. Admittedly, that is difficult to do across the organization, but at least thinking about your own little area. Whatever you decide to have the categories, you should have those same categories in your task manager, which we're going to use To Do or Planner. Evernote, which is on this blog post, which is going to be OneNote, or however you take your digital notes. Dropbox, which is going to be OneDrive, and Google Drive, which we can think about as SharePoint or the team structure. So however you think about your projects and areas, just make sure that they are replicated everywhere that you would get files, tasks, or notes, and that's going to save a lot of brain clutter in thinking about, oh, where is that file saved, what's that action to do with. If everything's the same, every sort of program that you jump into or every app that you use, that's going to free up so much time in sort of headspace and finding stuff, and that should help you out. Okay, so this lesson I've sort of shoehorned into actions and notes section, but just to know that there's loads of different apps that you can get now in Teams, loads of different third-party ones which you may or may not use. If you're a large organization, it's very difficult to then end up using a third-party solution because one, it gets quite costly, and two, your IT department's probably turned everything off. If you're a smaller organization, sometimes it's easier just to use a third-party tool rather than trying to use something from Microsoft that doesn't do exactly what you want. You need to bespoke it. However, most of my guidance is to try and keep everything in Microsoft as much as possible. So in the apps bit of Teams, there's loads of different things you can get. We've talked about the tabs, so each tab is going to be in the app section, whatever we've added there. There's some sort of personal apps that Microsoft are calling now, which show up in your left-hand sidebar. So everything on the left-hand side is just applicable to your view. And then also there's then bots and connectors, which I'll just show you a couple of those. So I've got a HubSpot bot that's attached. So one, it turns up as an app unusefully, because then all it does is post stuff into chat. So it's sort of appearing twice, but it's basically every bot just ends up being sort of like showing up in chat and showing you stuff. Some bots you can interact with, HubSpot you can't. It's just one-way sort of notifications. The one that you might have that you can interact with is Who. So if you do a search for Who, that's from Microsoft. And again, I don't find this particularly useful, even in bigger organizations where there's lots of data on people. I've never used this in anger, so you can find out about people in your organization. So it's giving you some suggestions about what it could do. So you can say, well, who knows about an expert on some sort of topic, who reports to somebody, who's the manager of. So some useful things that you might want to use the Who bot for, but I find it useful to again just discover that from Outlook. But that might be useful if you want to use that, and that's something where you can ask it stuff. Who have I emailed about meetings? I'm not sure it'll know that. Oh, needs my permission. So it's basically like an automated thing. You're talking to like a robot, and it might be able to help you or it might not. So those are bots. Connectors. So the main connector that I didn't talk about in the last lesson on SharePoint is the SharePoint connector. So for any given channel in a team, you can add the SharePoint connector. If we come in and do connectors on a channel, that's going to show us all the connectors that we could possibly have. That's, again, a bit like a bot goes into your chat. A connector is going to post stuff into your Teams channel for you. So SharePoint News is the main one. We've already added it. So it says configure. If we hadn't added it, it would just say add. You can search through them or just scroll through them all, or jump to whichever one that you want to use. So say you're a developer, I used to use Bitbucket. You can add Bitbucket and it'll post stuff into your team for you. Similarly, if you're into do with like web development, then you might want to add Google Analytics in if that's still available, if Microsoft hasn't removed it. You can add Google Analytics in and then see stuff that's come from your website potentially posted in the team for you if you had a channel that was just to do with your website or Google Analytics. So like I said, the most useful one is the SharePoint News, and that's going to post stuff from SharePoint. Whenever you post something as news, it's going to show up in Teams and do a post in there for you. We use that in our Modern Workplace Accelerator team. Admittedly, we haven't posted any news for a bit, so most of these are just manual ones that I've posted from YouTube, but that's what the connector is going to do. So whenever we posted that news, SharePoint News is the person that's posting it, and it posts into our team and channel for us. And it's just another way for people to sort of discover bits of the intranet or whatever you've done. For if you wanted to post your meeting outputs as news, then that would show up automatically rather than you pinning a tab like we did in the last lesson. So the other bits that might be useful for meetings is one, now we've got approvals in Teams, which on the face of it, I don't think is that useful, but it's useful that everything's kept in Teams at least. So you've got a sidebar app that, again, if you don't have that, you can come in, search for it and add it into your sidebar. If it disappears, it'll be in the 3 dots, or you can come and pin it so you can always see it. And any approval that we do through Power Automate or just this simple approval will come and appear in our approvals list. The approvals app, without using Power Automate, you can do a basic request. Has got some ability to link in with eSign, or now it's got some templates that we can create approval request with templates now. If we do create a template, it's going to jump us out into this sort of approvals workflow screen, and we can start with like requesting stuff for leave, a business trip, work from home. We can view some more stuff there. So let's say we want something just so we got an authorization to go and give a gift to one of our customers. And this template just is going to make a Microsoft form for us that then gets sent through Power Automate to the approvals bit in Teams, and then our manager or whoever we want to approve that is going to receive it and be able to sign it off. So say we want team-wide, we'll pick testing team for YouTube, so anyone in that team can see this. And it's basically going to take us through how do we want to set up this approval. So we've got some basic settings. We can change any of these things. So this is just editing the form. And then we can change the workflow settings. So we can say whether we need a file attached, whether that's required or not. We can specify approvers or let the requester enter the approver. So if we specify the approvers here, we can only sort of enter people's specifically, rather than if we edited like a workflow in Power Automate, which I guess is getting a bit more complicated. We could say, at each level who the sign off needs to go to, or pick the person's manager, so it would automatically go to their manager. They can't send it to anyone else. But that's how to set up an approval. If we just cancel that and just show you the basic new approval and basic request, then this is just letting a user just do an ad hoc sort of approval. I'm going to set it to myself, and we're just going to say, can you sign this off, please? Send. So you could use approvals for that. You can see I've got something in my activity that's pinged up saying I've been sent an approval request. It jumps me right out into the screen so I can see it, or if I came into approvals, I see a list of everything that someone's asked me to approve. I also get pinged on my mobile, so just got a little notification on my watch whilst I did that, and we can come through everything, see which ones we've sent and see which ones we've received, and then go through and either approve or deny those. So this one hasn't obviously got much information in. We can put some comments in as we approve it. We've got more ones, so we can cancel up, follow up, or reassign it to somebody else. We're just going to approve it. And then for everything that we've sent, then at least we've got some sort of audit trail about what's gone on for that particular approval. So I guess in that regard, even the ad hoc approvals are quite neat because it's all internal. It's stamped by the person that's got it, so you have to log in with a Microsoft account to be able to approve it. At least you can see what was sent, what the messages were, and the timestamp. So if you wanted to come out of email, and you usually used email for approvals, and they were, obviously an email is ad hoc. You might tell people what to send around and attach stuff. Obviously you can see we could have attached stuff in even the basic request through there. And it's just basically keeping, an audit trail of something that's been approved. If that person left, I'm not sure how you would get that audit trail. So if both the manager and the employee that have sent that and received that approval both left, I'm not sure of the way that you can export that to see, but maybe there's some IT settings in the background that I don't know of. If you use Power Automate and did like a more sort of bespoke approval that had automatic people that needs to go sign off, and at different levels and a bigger workflow, so it needs to go to level 1, then level 2, level 3, depending on the amount and stuff like that, then that's what you need to use Power Automate for. And obviously it gets a bit more complicated, but it's a bit more useful. You could then store the data in somewhere like a SharePoint list, or even potentially the Microsoft's Dataverse, and be able to go and see all of that information. So I guess if you've got something that's quite light, that isn't business critical or has any compliance regulations about you keep all that audit trail, then the approvals in Teams can be quite useful. Very similar to approvals is the new sort of workflows in Teams, which is then pops up. I don't know why it jumps into HubSpot, but it pops up whenever on the 3-dot menu on a message. So if we jump back into the team, when we click the 3 dots and then do more actions, all these now are like workflows, as Teams calls them. Obviously, we used to create a task in one of the previous lessons. If we click see more, we can see everything that's there, or we can create a new action. That jumps us out into this workflows via Power Automate, which we can now do directly in Teams. So anything on the 3-dot menu of anywhere in Teams, so in the channel or in the chat, we can then have some workflows, or we can pick a template that does something else. So we could schedule a meeting from a message. We could post a message to Slack, but I don't know many people that are using Teams and Slack together. We could post a message to Twitter if we wanted to. So a lot of the times the default ones are not particularly useful, in my humble opinion. But then we can create a brand new one if we were bothered. That jumps us out into Power Automate, which is now also an app in Teams. So we don't have to go into the web view. And that's where you could then build something bespoke that's on that 3-dot menu, but then doing something that's a bit more complicated. And this course isn't to go through Power Automate. That's a whole massive course in itself to go through all of that. But if you know what you're doing in Power Automate, that's how you then could go through and do something that's quite cool. So how does that help with actions and notes? Well, if there was an action that you need to get sign off for, you could then use Teams approvals. If there was something that you always had coming out of a meeting that needed to be escalated, you could use Power Automate to do something a bit more bespoke and maybe trigger some actions for you that would save you some time in an action that was to do with an approval flow or some other automated thing that you want to share some information. So Microsoft Loop is going to be a game changer, I think. If you've not heard of Notion, you can go and check that out right now. That's a completely different product, nothing to do with Microsoft, but it's pretty much what Microsoft are going after when they do Loop. The only bit of Loop that's available right now is Loop Components, which, again, in my opinion, isn't that useful. So I'm surprised they launched it on its own. Loop, when it comes out, is going to be components, pages, workspaces, and it's going to be more like Notion. I'll link Notion in the description below so you can have a look at it before Loop comes out. But then the idea, the notion, I was going to say, the idea is that you can have basically a bit like web parts in SharePoint that are live and live everywhere, all updated. So I guess that's how Notion works. So if you've got rather than having an Excel file and then embedding that into PowerPoint, it's it's one and the same thing. You've just got a table that's visible in Teams or in Outlook or in PowerPoint or in somewhere else, and it's always up to date and always live and always, it's always got the right information in, and in real time, sort of co-authorable. So it's just a lot of technical stuff to sort out in the background to make that work. The only things that are available now are these small list of Loop components, which they're adding more all the time, and these ones aren't particularly useful. They're only available in Teams chat at the time of recording. You can't use them in a Teams channel, which would be more useful because that's where people are collaborating. So they're only available in the chat. and there's only these sort of cut down ones. So I guess I'm just in chat with myself right now, but I guess table is the most obvious one that might be useful. So let's just insert a random table. It says it's syncing. Obviously we can insert a table into normal Teams chat, but that's just us making a table and posting it in. Where it's a loop table, that's going to be editable sort of live, and this post is always going to be live and editable whenever we post it. So it says people in your organization with a link can edit. So that's meaning that if we posted this section into Outlook, say, or wherever else we want to post it, anyone in the organization could edit it if they had the link. Or we can change it to people currently in this chat, which is what it's got default when we popped it open. So let's do that. We can add a title, so table example, and whatever we put in this table, let's do like the agenda one that we did in Wiki, because I think Loop will eventually replace Wiki, although I asked someone from Microsoft and they didn't say that was the case, but I can see people would use Loop rather than Wiki eventually when Loop Pages comes out. Agenda, timing, notes, link, actions. So we can just go through and edit this table. It doesn't look particularly exciting because it just looks like a table. So you can go and put links in, but it doesn't have any way for us to put the link in. That was just Command or Control K to get that link. And whatever we put in there, we can update. It's going to be co-authorable when we hit send. And you say it says syncing, and then now we can see who's got access. We can copy the link to put it somewhere else, and anyone can then edit this post once we've posted it, which isn't the case obviously with a normal table. Normal table would just be we're adding a table into here, and only we can edit it before we send it, and once we sent it, or no one else could edit it, obviously we could go and edit that message. Obviously you can see that the loop one is different because it's editable right as we're in the flow of the message. If we come and click the table example, and that opens in a browser, at the moment it's actually stored in our OneDrive as a file, and so you might see some files pop up in there. And so at the moment that's not particularly useful, but I guess that's where Loop Pages are going to show up, where we can have different things across the page and set up our page with like live tables and notes and loads of other stuff that is going to be really handy, like Notion is. But that's all I can show you for Loop components right now at the time of recording. Loop is going to be quite a big beast on its own, but as it integrates into Teams, then let me know in the discussions what you want to see, and we might be appropriate to add this into Teams Essentials where that makes sense. If you need any more help getting your whole organization to work more modern way and be more efficient, then that's what I help organizations do. Book a call using the link in the description below and we can have a chat to see if we are a good fit to work together. If you need more help as an individual, we've got some free courses and some paid courses in the link in the description below that you might want to check out. And if you just want to see these videos coming out, then consider buying us a beer, using Super Thanks in YouTube, switching your energy supplier, or if you're about to buy a Tesla, then using our referral link. All will help support the channel and keep these videos coming out for free on YouTube. But if you don't want to do any of that, then you can still help us out by clicking the thumbs up button if you like this video, hit the subscribe button and the bell icon because it really helps us out in the algorithm. And thank you for watching so far. I'll see you in the next one.